Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. This is a very special video. Into this particular video, I've covered almost all the concepts from the very basic level to the advanced level, which are required to crack any of the top interview roles for any analyst position in the top MNCs as well as the startups. So friends, into this particular video, we'll be starting from the very fundamental level about learning what is a database. Then we'll go on to create our database. We'll be starting to learn about the CRUD operation. Into the next section, we'll be learning about the different type of functions which are present into the SQL, such as the string functions, the numeric function, the date time functions as well. So we have covered the aggregates as well as how the group by function works, how the having function works into the SQL. These form the most important part of any SQL interview because these are some of the concepts which are used a lot of many times into the daily work. So friends, then we'll be moving to the most important part of the SQL, which are the SQL joins. I've discussed all of these concepts, how they internally function. I've covered them into as much as detail as possible. Into the description box of this particular video, I have attached the link of all the resources which I've utilized while explaining all the concepts. Also, you can find the timestamp and you can jump off to any timestamp on any concept which you want to learn. So friends, if you will find this video helpful, don't forget to hit the like button and also subscribe to my channel if you haven't to receive such kind of useful information on a regular basis. Without wasting much time, let us quickly move to our screen and start onto the journey of learning SQL. Friends, let us start from the very basic thing, which is the database. Now, what is database? So, in simple words, a database is an organized collection of data stored. Small databases can be stored on a file system, while large databases are hosted on computer clusters or cloud storage. So I have copied the same definition which is present onto the Google. So when you will be Google searching for what is a database, you will be getting the exact definition, and this definition is very much simple to understand. So friends, in simple words, a database is an organized collection of data. So what does this organized collection of data mean? So friends, if you remember, if I make you understand in very simple terms, if you remember in school or college days, we were having this attendance register where professors or our teachers would maintain whether we were present or absent on a certain day. So friends, this is also a kind of data which is being stored about the attendance of the students. The other kind of an example which I could provide, a very simple example, was before mobile phone came into picture, we were having this telephone directory in our house where everybody's, our relatives, friends, we were having their name, and we were having their phone number also attached. So friends, this is also a simple kind of data which we are storing. So friends, likewise, a database can be considered as such kind of organized collection of data which is being stored and which will be used for different purpose. So just quickly move to the next screen so that it is very much clear for you. I have many examples ready here for you to make you understand what our database is. The very first example, you can see here the attendance register which I was talking about. So into the very first column, you can see the different student IDs which are present here. So let us say the student IDs S1, S2, S3, and these, and into the particular row you can see we have different dates which are present here, and on into all of these sections we have the information whether the student was present or the student was absent. So this is an organized collection of the data which is being stored. So this can be considered as a student's attendance database. Similarly, let's say there's another example here which is of the product inventory. Into the very first column we have the product and their IDs. Into the second column we have their quantity. Into the third column we have the price. The fourth column we have number of quantities which are into the packing section. Into the fifth column we have information about the number of units which are into the shipping section, and into the last column we have number of units which are delivered. So friends, we have all this information arranged into an organized way, and this can be considered as a product inventory data base. Similarly, into the cricket, we have the players, the runs which have been scored by them, the wickets that the players have taken, and the catches they have taken. So this is also a kind of organized data which we are storing here. And the very last is the example which I gave, where we had different people telephone number which we were writing it down into our telephone directory into the earlier days. So friends, this is also an example of the simple data which is being stored into an organized way. Let us move to the next section. I hope this is pretty much clear what is a database. Now, friends, okay, we have saw from the definition that we into the previous time we were storing the small information into a file system. As you can see here, small databases can be stored on a file system, while large databases are hosted on a computer cluster. Now, why do we require the need of storing data onto the cloud or onto the computer? Let's understand this with an example of a company. Swiggy is an online food delivery company in India. So why would Swiggy, store data onto the computer? The very first thing is Swiggy has millions and millions of customers onto their platform. So every day there are a lot of transactions which are happening. So this will be happening into counts of trillions. So to store this particular trillions of data, we cannot store it into a hard form or into a particular file or into, let's say, even an Excel file. Excel also has limitations. So friends, to store such a huge amount of data, that too on a day-to-day basis, we require to store the data onto the computer. The number two part you can see is security issues. Now, Swiggy gives us the feature to store the card details so that we can use it next time when we are doing this kind of transaction. So now the card details or the ATM pin is a very important information from a security perspective, and that also counts to the trust which is being built by the company. So no company wants to lose this particular trust factor. So that is why database or storing data onto the computer gives us a lot more security as compared to storing data onto the simple file or local file into our system. Now, the third point is, which is the main point, and why is such kind of roles such as data analyst, business analyst are into picture a lot more, is because nowadays companies are taking their decisions basis on the data which they are getting. So data helps us to build much more better decision making. So that is why it is very much important to store such huge amount of data onto the computers. And the very fourth information is each information is very readily available. So let's say I just want to know, let's say into my particular city, which was the date on which the highest sales have been offered. So it's just a simple query away. That information is just a simple query away. Now just think of that, if this information was saved in if just simple files or into the Excel file onto the local system, this would be a very tedious task. With the help of storing data onto the computers and with the help of SQL, every information is just a simple query away. So this is how, and this is why we are storing data onto the computer, and this is very much useful to us. Let's move to the next section, and which is introduction to DBMS. DBMS is also known as Database Management System. Now, what actually is DBMS? I will make you understand in very simple terms. So, for the definition, the software which is used to manage the database is called Database Management System. It provides us with an interface or a tool to perform various operations. So from the diagram itself, you can see it is quite or very clear that DBMS is just acting as a kind of a bridge between the user. The user can be anything, let's say a website or an API or a normal person like me and you. So we'll be querying our whatever results which we want through the database. So DBMS acts as a kind of a bridge between the database as well as the person who is running the query. So friends, this is all about the database management system. From the image only, it is very much clear. It is acting as a kind of an interface between the database and the user, and more information is being retrieved from the database. That happens with the help of our database management system. In very simple words, if I have to make you understand, let's move to the next section here. Now, what can DBMS do? So I have just noted out four of the main important points that DBMS can do. It can do a lot more things much more than that. But into for this particular course, these are the four things which are very much important to know. Now, the very first part is creating the database. The second part is manipulating the database. So creating the database. So let's say I have to store a particular information about the telephone information. So I will be creating the database with the help of the database management system which is available. So it will help me to create the database. Manipulating the database. Let's say a certain person phone number has been changed. So this process can be also be done with the help of the database. I can just update the information into the database which I have created earlier. Storing and retrieving data from the database. As I have explained this earlier from the example of Swiggy, that if let's say if I want to know which is the date on which the highest sales have been occurred into let's say my city. So it's just every information is just a simple query away. So we could retrieve the data from the database with the help of the database management system. And also, let's say a user is no more longer, or let's say the government who stores our information about a certain scheme which is running, which is active, and a person, let's say he has died. So we want to remove the information from our database. So we can delete the information, such information which are no longer required from our database. So friends, these all functions can be done by the database management system. Now, one important thing is database management systems run on certain rules and can limit what data the end user sees and provide multiple views of the same database depending upon the user accessibility. So it is very much random in nature, and they have their own rules assigned and they run on their own rules. So that is the thing. For example, you can provide access to write on the database to some particular user. So let's say the card details which are being saved onto the platform, different platform. We don't want to give such kind of sensitive information to everybody on in this particular world. So we just want to give this particular information to few people. Now this particular database management system gives us the access. So every user will be assigned a certain username or a password which they'll be entering, and then they can do all these things. So database management systems helps us into the security purpose. Also, we can just grant or we can just give the access to anybody in this particular organization, whomever I want to give the access, or I can revoke it anytime if I am having the admin access. So these kind of features are also available onto the database management system. You can just think of how important it is from a security purpose. Now, the examples of the database management systems are MySQL, Oracle, SQLite, PostgreSQL, MariaDB. So these are certain examples of the database management system, as you can see. Now, the query which is running on a MySQL need not necessary that the query will run on SQLite or let's say PostgreSQL. Every database management system has their own different rules attached to them. So you will have to follow the rules which are given by the database management system. The rules can be in form of the syntax or let's say the function. So if I could just simply remember, there are two different functions: string aggregate and list aggregate. Now, list aggregate works in MySQL but won't work in SQL Server. And similarly, string aggregate works in SQL Server, won't work in MySQL. So this is the kind of difference which I was talking about. We will have to do a little bit manipulation every now and then when you are running the same kind of queries, same kind of logic into different database management system. All these varies according to different DBMS. Now let us move to the next section. It's been a lot of theory for you guys, but please bear with me till here. We'll be solving a lot of different problems. We'll be seeing the things which you are speaking will be seeing this practically with the help of the queries whatever I've told. So please bear with me, stay till the theory part, and then we will be solving real life problems, real life database problems, and understanding all these different things onto our SQL Server Management Studio. Now, friends, this was the thing I was talking about, the CRUD operation. Database, as I just told, you could create the database, you can manipulate the data, you can retrieve the data, you can delete the data. All this happens with the help of the CRUD operations, which you can see onto your screen. C stands for create, R stands for read, U stands for update and D stand for delete. So CRUD is made up of these four things. So you can just create a database, you can read from the database, you can update the database anytime. Let's say I have updated my phone number, so I can update through this update command, which you can see onto your screen. I will just do all of these things practically, so just bear with me with this theory part. You can just if you are forgetting anything or you are having doubt, you can just rewind back and then just play the same section again and then come back to this particular section. This is the best course onto the internet, the entire course which is required to get you a job. I can say that if you complete this particular course, you'll be definitely able to get that particular confidence that you're ready for the interview. So let us get back to the video. So D stands for delete. So if you want to delete any information which is no longer required and that is catching up the space onto the database, you can just delete that particular information. So all these are done through the CRUD operation. Let's move to the next section. So friends, types of database. So there are two different types of database, relational and the second one is non-relational. So what do we mean by relational? From the English word, what does relation means? So relation basically means that two or more than one thing is connected in some or the other way. The same definition is applied here in SQL. So let's say there are two different tables, table A and table B. Now they are connected to each other in some or the other way. So therefore they are related to each other. So to be a relational database, data should be stored in one or more tables. That is definitely clear. The second thing is each table has rows and columns. And the third thing is each row is identified by a unique key. Now I will come to this particular unique key later, but if I just want to make you understand into simple terms, into our class, let's say if two people had the same name, but they had something to distinguish them. And what was that thing? That was their roll number, correct? So this particular roll number is a kind of a unique thing which is attached to every person into the classroom. No two-person can have the same roll number. Two-person can have the same name, two-person can have the same address. Let's say there are two-person, they have the same name, they also have the same address, but their roll number will be a kind of a distinct thing which is attached to them and they will be recognized by their roll number. So that is a unique thing. So I hope into very simple terms we'll be seeing this definitely into very simple terms. The number 3 point is quite clear. Now each table will have rows and columns. This is also pretty much clear. Before moving forward to the NoSQL or the non-relational database, let us see some examples of the relational database. So into my next screen, you can see here, I have just copied my previous example, which I have taken. There are two different tables. You can see table 1 and table 2. You can just take it them. Into the table 1, we have into the column 1, the player IDs, the ones which have been scored by them, the wickets that have been taken by them, and the catches, number of catches they have taken. And into the second table, into the very first column, I have the player ID, and into the second column, I have the player name. So let's say I want to get into the very first table. Into the second column, I want to get the player name along with the player ID. So these two tables, there is a join condition into the SQL where we can join multiple tables into many ways and then we can present the information. So let's say if I want to get the information of the player name also in addition to the player ID. So here into this particular example, we'll have to join both of these tables. Now, why are these tables relational is pretty much clear by now because they are connected to each other. How are they connected? They're connected to a particular column, and which is that column? That column is the player ID column, P1, P2, P3. You can see in both the tables we have two different columns and they have the same information, kind of same information, so they are interconnected to each other with the help of the player ID. So this is a kind of a relational database. Let's move to the NoSQL database. NoSQL database is also a pretty interesting thing present here. So what is a non-relational database? So in simple words, it is not just SQL or no, not SQL. So from the name itself, which is pretty much clear, it says not just SQL. So definitely means that it has some SQL properties attached to it. In addition to that, there are various other properties which are present here. So friends, I'll just explain this into a very simple term. So the data which we get into the real world scenario, we cannot be confident that the data will be relational data. It can come in any form and it can be as complex as we cannot think of. So that is why this particular non-relational came into picture, and I'll just show you examples of some non-relational database or data. How does it look? So there are various examples you can see here. Key value store, which is a JSON format. It can be stored in documents, it can be stored in the graphs. So data is stored in a kind of a traditional table. I'll just explain you with the help of simple examples which I have present here. Don't worry, I will be attaching this particular PDF into the description box of this particular video. You can just download that particular PDF and then just follow along with me into this particular video. So friends, just you can see onto your screen, these are some of the example of the non-relational database, how the data is being stored. Three different images gives three different kind of examples. The very first example is onto the right hand side. You can see this customer document. If I'll have to zoom this a bit. So you can see I have all the customer details here, which is present. A detail about a customer. So I have the customer, this is known as a key value pair. So the key here is the customer, and whatever comes after the equal to sign is kind of forming a value for this particular key. Similarly, not exactly this particular equal to sign, you can see here this address is also a kind of a key. All these things inside this particular curly bracket forms a kind of a value. Similarly, hobbies is a key. Football and hiking forms a value pair for this particular hobbies. We will not go deep into that. That is not required for this particular course. But I just gave the information for just a general perspective. So you can see the customer is the key, and all this information about the customer, such as the ID, first name, last name, age, their address, hobbies, phone numbers. All these are the information about the customers. Similarly, you can see this particular graph kind of information which is present, how a friend is related, how a person is related to a different person. So this is the kind of information about the friend circle. So we need not to go deep into this, and the other one is a kind of tree based information. So we'll just quickly go back and we'll move to the next section. And let us start with the relational database, which is the SQL. And this course is all about the SQL from zero level to advanced level, whichever is required for the interviews. So relational database management systems helps user to create a relational database. So we, with the help of RDBMS, create relational databases. They are connected to each other in some or the other way. We try to store information in the best way in which we can. And SQL is a kind of a language which we use to interact with the database. So interacting the database, how do we interact with the database? We interact with the database with the help of a query. Now, what is a query? So let's say anything which you put onto the Google search, that is also a kind of a query in itself. So you're asking Google for a certain answer. You're just posting your question. So we need to write a simple query so that we can tell our database, we can communicate with our database, we can interact with our database to provide us the relevant information. So SQL is that particular mode of communication to help us to retrieve information from the databases. So SQL is a kind of a form of communication language. Similarly to all these languages, English, Hindi, we communicate with each other with the help of this particular language. So SQL is a language which we utilize to communicate with the database. So I hope the definition of SQL is quite clear. We'll be seeing into a lot more detail what SQL can actually do. How do we use the queries to solve the different problems into SQL? So let's move to the next section. So SQL query which runs on one RDBMS need not necessarily run on the other one too. So this I discussed a query which is running on MySQL. There's no guarantee that it will run on PostgreSQL also. You will have to do certain modifications. There will be no modification in terms of the logic. There will be modifications in terms of the syntax because there are two different kind of database management system. And onto the CRUD operations, I have given into a lot of more detail. I don't want to go into deep. Let us move to the next section. Now, why SQL? Why do we utilize SQL? Very first thing is very much clear that there should be a certain language through which we can communicate with our database. But also there are many things which comes in addition to that. The first thing is the faster processing speed. The second thing is the minimal requirement of coding. So if you will just say as a newbie, SQL code would look like some English language a person has simply written into a kind of query, and then he's getting the data. It's just there are very minimal knowledge of coding which is required to learn SQL or perform SQL to generate certain results. The third thing is the easier data manipulation. You can just use SQL very easily to get the data and make decisions based on the data which you are getting. Four, which is pretty much the very important thing, is the security issues which are provided by the SQL. So nobody can access anything, any data which is available. Only certain people whom we want to give the access to the data, they can only access that particular data. So this is the kind of very important thing which is required nowadays, because many applications, they are saving your card details. This information should not go out into public. This will create a very huge impact on the trust issues because your data is getting leaked. So all these things are handled by SQL very nicely. Let's move to the next section, and which is the data type. Now friends, what is meant by a data type? If I would just go to my very first screen where I just gave you example of what was database, I'll help you make you understand there. Don't worry, we'll be applying all of these things practically. But before applying things practically, you need to understand what does all of these things they mean and how is these things related into the real world. Then only it will be helpful when you're doing it practically. Don't worry, I'm trying to do this story part into very concise as much as I can. Let us see about what are the data types. Now, friends, from this particular information, you can see the telephone directory table for now. So you can see into the column one, we have person. So how the person IDs are getting shown here. So it's kind of P1, P2, P3. Now into the next column, we have the country code. Into the third column, we have the state code. Into the fourth column, we have the number of that particular person. So friends, uh, what is meant by a data type? Into very simple terms, it is a way of storing different kind of data which is coming. So our data can come in the form of numbers. You can see into the second, third, and fourth column. The data which is present is in the kind of numbers. Our data can come into simple text form. Let's say there is a column which is the name column, student's name column. So into that particular column, we'll be having data stored into form of simple names. So let's say simple names such as you can see onto this screen into the column B here. All these different names which are present are simple text. So we cannot assign the same data type to a column which will be containing the number values, or and the column which is also having the string values. So definitely the data type should be different for both the different columns. So that is how the data will be stored. This is a very simple example which I gave here on what is exactly meant by data type. Also, let us assume there is a column which contains the date. Let's say the transactions are happening and we need to store the timestamp, or let's say the time on which the transaction has happened, the date on which the transactions have happened. We need to store this particular information into a particular column. So friends, what will be data type? the data type for that particular column cannot be the same as the data type for this particular name column, or the data type for the integer column, the data type of the number column. So it has to be different. And what different it is, so I have provided examples here into this particular sheet, or the data types which are available right now into the SQL server, can be in form of strings. Let's say the name which we are storing. So the very first example which we'll be seeing here is of the string data type. Again, we'll be seeing this into a lot more detail into when we'll be creating our database and we'll be running our query practically. So this is just a simple brief which I'm giving right now, so that when we move on, you don't face any issues, you don't face any problems. So the string data type there are many different kind of string data type: char, varchar, varchar. So these are different kind of string data types which are present here. Text, only common thing which is there into all of these different string data types is that they store string kind of values, or let's say the name values which have a string attached to them. But when you'll be moving deep into all of these different data types, they are different world in themselves. So if you will just see the character, the description says fixed with character string, the maximum size which this particular character and can store is 8,000 characters, and the storage is the definite width. Similarly, this varchar, the description says variable with character string, and the maximum size is 8,000 characters and the storage is 2 bytes. Now, what is the simple difference between the char and the varchar? So I would just simply explain you. Let's say there is a particular column and we have given the data type of that particular column as character n and varchar n, and where n is, let's say, 500. So I'll just simply explain you with the help of a simple Excel sheet. N which you're seeing here is a kind of integer value which we'll have to provide. So let's say there's a column which is of data type varchar 500. There's another column which is of the data type varchar char 500, sorry. Now, and if I'm storing the same information here, let's say I'm storing information of my name itself. So what will be the difference between this particular data type in which the data which will be stored? So in char, as you can see from the definition, it can the maximum size of characters which we can give here is 8,000 characters. Now the number of characters which are present into my name is which we can just see here using the length function. So that is the 8. So 8 is definitely less than 8,000. So into both of these cases, this will be called as okay, because the maximum size which they can have is 8,000 characters. So this is pretty much fine. Now into the char, you can see the description, it is written fixed with character string, and into the varchar it is written variable with character string. So even if into this particular char, even if my name is of 8 characters, but in char it will occupy 500 character length, because the data type which we have assigned here is char 500. So in char, so whatever you enter, it will take the same space which you have given into the data type for this particular column. So we have given here the data type as char 500. So even if my name is of 8 characters, when it is being stored in a char column data type, it will occupy 500 characters width. While in comparison to varchar, it will only occupy as much as it is. So it is of 8 characters, it will only occupy 8 character width, even if the maximum which we have given is 500. So you can just assume it, the maximum length of value which we can store here is of 500 length, and otherwise it will occupy the same length as the character it is. Let's say my name is here of 8 characters, so Into the varchar column, it will occupy only 8 characters width, while in char, it does not happen. It will occupy whatever we have given. It says of 500 width, it will occupy 500 width character length. So this is how char and varchar internally it works, and this is the basic difference between char and varchar. Everything here, I would request you to go through this particular sheet, and this will help you to understand how these particular data types, even if they are of the string data type, they are quite different from each other. So you will be getting an idea about how are they different. So these are some of the nitty-gritties which are present into each of these string data types. Similarly, into the next sheet, you can see there is a numeric data type. Friends, into the numeric data types also, there will be various different cases which we will be tackling. Let's say, let us assume that the marks which we are getting, let's say in 50 we'll be having certain marks. Some people will get 40 marks, some will get 35 marks, some may also get 37.5 marks. So to store this particular decimal values into our database, the data type of that particular column will be different from the integer. So from the integer, it is very much clear that won't have any decimal point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Similar kind of numbers are integer values. But when it comes to the decimal point values such as 37.5, the marks can be given as 37.5 definitely. So we will need to store such kind of values into our database. So to store such kind of values, such decimal values which are of numeric data type, we will be having to use a different kind of data type, and which is a numeric. You can see a numeric p comma s or a decimal p comma s. These are used to store decimal points. If we need to store an integer value, we'll be using the int data type which is present here. Let's say we are showing a very huge integer value, phone directory example, which I gave you earlier. You could just assume our phone numbers are of 10 digits. So to store such large number of digits, we will have to use a different data type. And what it is of big int. All of these rules, all of these different cases and how I'm tackling this, all have been written here into this particular sheet. This particular PDF is available into the download section. Don't worry, I'll be attaching this here. You can download it from here from your future reference. This document is enough for preparing you for your interviews. You can just go through this day before your interviews. You can just brush up your skills or brush up your knowledge from here. So this is all about the numeric data type. We'll be seeing this into a lot of more detail when we'll be solving our problems and to our SQL server. So let us move to the next screen and date type. So similarly, numeric and the string data type, there is another data type which is the time and date data type. So let's say that there will be a column in which I'll be just storing the time. I don't want to store the date. There is a column in which I want to store the date. I don't want to store the time. I'm just concerned with the date thing. And there will be another scenario where I want to store the timestamp. I want to store the date along with the time in which that particular event has been happened. Let's say I got my Swiggy order. I want to have all these three information. In column A, I'll have the date on which I ordered that particular product. Into the column B, I'll be having the information on the time on which the order is delivered to me. And into the third column, I'll have the information of the date and both the time on which my order has occurred. So if I would just make you understand, so let's say there will be a order ID. Into the next column, it will be date on which the purchase was made, the time on which the order has arrived, and into this particular column, it will contain both. So date, time. So you can just assume this kind of data type also. So let's say the order ID is 1, the date on which the order has arrived, I'm just writing it down, and the time, let's say it is 6 p.m. So we'll just write this here, 6 p.m. 6 a.m. Think I can just change this to 18. Okay, yeah. So this is the 6 p.m. on which the delivery has arrived, and into this particular column I want to have both the information, the date on which the delivery happened as well as the time on which the delivery is received. So you can see here I can store information in any way which I want. So all this is possible because of the different data types which is available into the SQL, and all this information you can see are present onto this particular PDF. You can just go through this PDF, which exactly data type I should use for my case when I'm building a particular column, what type of information I'm saving. You can use your reasoning skills, or you can just rewind back. I gave multiple examples when I was trying to explain you. So you can just rewind back, go back, analyze what kind of problem you're solving, what type of information you're storing into that particular column, and utilize the best data type which is required for that particular column. So friends, this was all about the data types which are present into the SQL. I hope you'll go through all of these different sheets, and that is very important for you because into interviews, the interviewers, they are pretty much to ask about all of these different data types which are present. Let us move to the next section and let us begin the real magic of the SQL. Now from here we'll be solving the problems. So let us install SSMS. Now what is SSMS? SSMS is SQL Server Management Studio. Now the why did I choose SQL Server Management Studio? First of all, it is one of the best tools for SQL which is available onto the internet. So and the installation process is very simple. You don't need to install many other things. It's just into the two links which you can see onto your screen. You just need to go to both of these links and install your SQL Server. I would help you here. I'll be providing this particular document onto the description box, and you can just go to both of these links which are present here. And what you need to do is, first of all, we'll be seeing this particular interface when we'll be opening the very first link. You need to go here and you need to download this free download for SQL Server Management Studio SSMS 19.0.2. So you just download this particular file. And the second file which you need to download is of this particular second link which I had pasted there. You need to scroll down, and there will be two different versions which will be available. One will be the developer version and the other one will be express version. You can download anyone, but here I'll be using the express version. So you can just simply hit the download now button, and the express version will be starting to download. Similarly for here, SQL Server Management Studio will start to download. Now after you've downloaded both the files, I have both the files ready here, as you can see onto my screen. So one of the file is of the huge, 669,000 KB, and the other file is of 6,000 KB. So first of all, you will need to install the file which is of higher size. So you just double click onto this particular SSMS setup ENU, and you will be getting this particular interface. So for me, it is installed from before. I would not do it again, but the steps are quite simple. You just have to hit next, 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 and the SQL Server will be installed. After installing this SQL Server software, you will be getting this interface. So for me, it was installed from before, so that is why it is showing as uninstalled. So I would not uninstall it for now, but you'll be getting a success message that the server has been installed. If you're facing any issues, you can just write down into the comment box. After you have downloaded the SQL Server Management Studio or installed it, you just write onto your search bar SSMS and just wait for a few seconds. So you'll be getting this particular interface. Here you will need not to do anything. You might face a little bit issue here, but I'll just solve this out for you. So here you will be confused on what do we write onto the server name. So if you would just quickly see here, my server name is something random and then slash SQL Express. Now what is that random? So that is my username basically. So you could just see if the username thing here, and it is the thing before the slash, it exactly matches at both the sections. So you just have to copy this particular thing which is present into the your username before the slash, paste it here, give a slash, write SQL Express, and that will be your server name. So this is a small issue which you might encounter. I don't think apart from this anything else you would be encountering. Let us simply connect it here and we are ready to run our queries or make tables. Let us move to the next section. I will just call this out again. If you're facing any issues in installing SSMS, you can just write it down into the comment box of this particular video. Let us move to the next section. The thing which we are waiting for is ready. We'll be starting with the CRUD operations. We'll just see how SQL query works, how everything works. So uh, basically in CRUD operations, there are four different things. Number one is DDL, DML, DCL, TCL. We will be seeing all of these four different things into a lot of more detail. First of all, let us start with the very important one, which is the DDL. What does DDL mean? DDL means data definition language. So into the data definition language, there are two or three things. Number one thing is creating new database or table. Number second is the alter. So if you want to change anything, let's say if I want to add a new column to the newly created table, so we can alter the structure of the database. The third thing is the drop, deleting objects from the database permanently. And the number four thing is truncate, so removing all the records from the table and not the table. So the drop and the truncate, this is a very famous SQL interview question. What is the difference between the drop function and the truncate function? The drop basically deletes the entire database or the entire table. It will not keep the table also. While in truncate, it will not delete the particular table. It will just delete the data which is present into that particular table. So all the records, it will be vanished. All the records, it will be deleted, not the table. This is the very basic difference between the drop and the truncate command. Let us move forward to our SQL Server Management Studio, which we have installed few seconds back, and we'll hit on to this new query section, and we'll start querying or creating our database or the table from here now on. So first of all, what do we need to create? First of all, we'll be creating our database, and into our database we'll be storing multiple tables. So this will be our flow. So first of all, let us create our database now, and we'll be storing the information about students of a particular school. So we'll create a database, and the database name would be students. So I'll just write here create database students and link this with a column. The command is very simple. It is create database students. So we are just telling to create a database, and inside that particular database we'll be storing multiple tables. So I'll just select the entire query here and I'll just execute it here. You can see commands completed successfully, but wait for a minute. I cannot see database onto my screen. Where is the database has been created? So to see where your database has been created, you need to go to this particular section here, hit on this particular plus icon. Here you will see this database. Again, hit on to this plus. So you can see there was a database which was created earlier, such as tutorial, which is created from before. Now I created this students database, and you can see here this particular students database is ready. Now into this particular database, is there any table present from before? So there are certain tables. Right now I haven't created anything, so there's nothing which is being present here. Now later on we'll be creating tables, multiple tables about the student details, which will be storing here. So this is how we have created our database. Now the second thing is, let's say you can see from this particular example, uh, I have two different database into my particular system right now. One is tutorial, one is students. Definitely, I whatever things which I'm doing later on, let's say I'm closing this particular session for now. Later on, I come back and I'll be using my SQL Server Management Studio, and I want to, let's say, make a new table inside the new database which I have created. And the new database was of the students. So how do I do that? So I'll just connect it here. I'll move back to the new query. Into the database, you can see students have been created. Now, there are two different databases which is present here right now. When I'll start writing the query, I would not know when and where is the data, whatever functions which I'm writing, where it is happening. So I'll have to tell my code that use this particular database whenever I'm writing something and utilize that particular database, store information into that, whatever the next informations which I'll be writing. So I'll be making a new table into the students database. So I'll just write here use students. That's all is required. I'll execute this, and from now on whatever things I'll be doing, that will be stored into the database students. So this is what is the example thing which I was talking about. Is if there are multiple database into your system, we'll have to tell our code key use this particular database for the next functions which I'll be doing. So that we have done. Friends, we'll be creating a very basic, a very simple table here into our students database. So we'll create a very simple table named as details, and here we'll be storing very simple information which is about the students, their roll number, their name, their address, and their marks, their subjects, the different kind of information which will be storing here. To create a table, we'll write here create table details. So the table name is details. We have told the SQL server that we'll need to create a table, and the table name is details. Now we need to open a bracket, close it. Now, what is the information which we'll be writing here? Here we need to mention all the different columns which we want to store into our table, which we'll be creating. So let's say I want to store the roll number of the students, and I want to store the subjects of that particular student. Into the next thing, I want to store the marks of that particular student, and into the next I want to store the address of that particular student. Now I have, let's say right now I'll be storing these four columns into my particular table. So as I discussed earlier, for every column which we are writing or creating into our database, we need to provide the data type of what kind of data will the user be storing into that particular column. So the roll number column will have numbers values such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 100 kind of values. So it will be integer data type column. The subject name will be, from the name itself, it is very much clear that it is a name column. It will store the name of the subject such as science, maths, social science. So it will definitely be a string data type column. So it will definitely be I can just store a wildcard, and I'll just give a limit of 200 here. Similarly, marks is of the integer data type, because people can get marks such as 40, 50, 60 out of 100. Let's say the full marks is 100. I'll just mention a column also of full marks, and here also it will be integer. Let's say the full marks is of 100. We'll just write this down, don't worry. And the marks which have been scored out of 100. Now, wait a minute, as I discussed, the marks can be of the decimal data type value also. So we'll have to store a decimal data type here. So I'll just write here decimal, and the number of places before the decimal places which we want. So let us say I want 10 decimal places before the decimal point, and number of places after the decimal point. So let's say I want 2. I'll just write here 10 comma 2. The address ID, So this can be a name or this can be an integer value. For now, let us give this as a varchar data type. So I'll just write here varchar comma 200. So all this information is enough to create a table. Now later on we'll be seeing what all other informations which we can give here, which we can supply here. But this is the basic syntax for creating a table into the database students. So I'll just select this particular code. I'll just execute this. And you can see it is telling commands completed successfully. Now, where is this table created? It is created in students database as I just mentioned you earlier. Now, if you remember, there was no tables which was present earlier. Now I'll go to the students database tables and I'll just hit on this. You can see here DBO point details have come up. So a new table have been created which is named as details, and you can see all these columns which I had written are now stored, and you can see all of these things and what is the kind of the data type. Every information is present here. You can see here null information which is coming out as null everywhere. So we'll come to this, which is a very important thing into the SQL when you are creating a table. Now the table has been created. Now you will tell me, Ashutosh, the table has been created. Now how can I insert information into this, or how I can query this particular table? Now the very simple thing is, how do we query a particular table? So we query it like select star from, and we need to write the table name. That's all. That's all how we want to see the entire details of a particular table. So we'll just do a select star. So we're just telling star means everything. So we're telling just show me everything from the table which is named as details. So I'll just execute this particular query. So you can see the column names have come up: roll numbers, subject name, marks, full marks, address ID. But we haven't inserted any information yet. So that is why you cannot see any information. So let us do the next thing, which is inserting information into this particular table. So I'll just write here into details. So the table name is details. So we'll have to mention here insert into details. And here we need to mention all the column names in which we want to insert the data. So I'll just write here all the column names present into the details table. So after we have written all the column names, we want to insert details. So I'll just write here values, and after this, I'll just insert, five details, five row details. Just all the details I'll be writing into this particular bracket. So let us say the roll number is 1, the subject is maths, and the marks which have been received is, let's say, 50. The full marks was 100. Address ID is, let's say, A1. So we have stored this particular information. We'll just copy this. We'll paste this into all of these brackets, and we'll change the information wherever it will be necessary. So the roll number is 2. The subject is, let's say, science. The full marks is, the marks which have been scored is, let's say, 80. And the marks is 100. This will not change. The address is A2. Similarly, I'll change into all of these different rows. I've entered all these information. I'll just execute this particular command, and you can see it is showing message as 5 rows affected. That means that 5 rows data has been inserted into our table, which is the details. Now earlier, if you remember, I was running the same command, which is the select star from details. It wasn't showing any information. Right now, let us execute this. Let us see. Okay, the information is now stored, and you can see all this information have been coming up. Now you'll tell me, Ashutosh, you have given this particular data type as decimal, but you haven't stored any decimal number. How do I know that this works? So let us insert a decimal number or information here. So I'll just write here 40.55. Okay, let us execute this particular command and let us now see what all details are present here. So I'll just execute select star from details. And you can see here into the last column, I'm getting the information of 40.55. So this particular decimal thing, it works in this particular way. So you are getting two decimal places after the decimal point. So number of digits which are coming after the decimal points is 2. So this particular 2, it means that particular thing. So this is how the float data type or the decimal data type it works. So friends, we have seen the insert command. Let us next see the other command, which is the alter table. Now, in addition to all these informations which are present here, let us say I want to add a new column, and that column would include the parents' phone number of all of these students. So let us have, or let us insert that particular information also. So we need to add a particular column which is the parent's phone number. So how to add that? What is the syntax? So table details, and I'll write here add phone number, and I'll have to write here the data type, and the data type, let's say I'll pick up as begint. I'll close this. I'll run this particular command. I'll execute this, and you can see the command have been completed successfully. Let us run this extra from details to see if the phone number column has been added, and you can see the phone number column has been added. But all of these are having null records present here. So, but the phone number column we have added with the help of the alter command. So alter command is used generally to change anything which is currently having is not present into our database, or let's say we want to remove a particular column. That also we can do with this particular alter command. So to remove a particular column, let's say I want to remove this full marks column. So I'll just write here column, and we need to write here the column name. So the column name is full marks. I'll just select entire query. I'll execute this, and you can see the commands have been executed successfully. Let us see into the details table whether the full marks column is present or not. So I'll just select the entire query, and you could see that full marks column is gone now. So this is the usage of the alter commands. You can do a lot of many different things. You can change the data type of a particular column. So you can do all of these things using the alter command. I hope the alter command is quite clear now. Now, friends, you will tell me, Ashutosh, you have deleted a column, you have you removed a particular column, and you have added a new column. Now, how we store information into the new data structure which have been formed, into the new table structure which has been formed. Let us insert a sample data here into this particular new table. So I'll just copy the same command from the previous row, or let us use the same thing. So the roll number is present, subject name is present, marks is present, the full marks is gone. So I'll remove this because it will throw me a error that the column is not found, and definitely the column is not there. So there's no meaning inserting data into that particular column. Instead, a new column which has come up is of the phone number. So I'll just write it here. In addition to that, I'll remove this particular full marks entry which I had given earlier, and in the phone number I'll just write here a phone number. So, and I would copy this, paste it here again. I'll utilize the same phone number into the next entry, because these are some of the dummy values which we are entering. That's all is required. Let us execute this particular query here. And you can see it is still two rows are affected. Let us select star from details, And you can see we are getting the new entries of the phone number which we have added, and there are no entries immediately for the full marks column because we have removed that particular column. So we have seen the create command, we have seen the insert command, we have seen the how do we create databases. Let us see how to truncate this particular table. So truncate basically means it will remove the entire information which is present into a particular table. So I'll just show you guys. Right now, I'll just do a select star from details, and you can see all these informations are present. Now for truncate, I'll remove all the data which is present into this particular table, details table. Just the table design will be present and the entire data will be vanished off. So the command to truncate a particular table is create table details. I'll just write it here and I would execute this particular query. And you can see the command has been executed successfully. Let us run this select star from details. Do you see any data here? I cannot see any data. I just see the table design, the table columns which are present here. So it has not deleted any information. So even if we have truncated the table, we can reinsert the information into it. So I have, let's say, I'm just running the same command as before. You can see it is saying 2 rows affected. I'll just do a select star and you can see the 2 rows have been inserted. It is quite clear that truncate does not delete the table design which is present into the backend. It will just remove the all the information, all the data which is present into the table right now. While in comparison to the other command which is present here, which is the drop, while this particular drop command, it can delete the database permanently, it can also delete the objects or the tables which is present into the database. So this is the use of the drop command. So I'll just quickly show you. Let us drop this particular details table which we have created right now. So before that, I'll just show you the table is present. As you can see, select star from details, table is coming up. Now instead of truncate, I want to drop. So I'll just select this and execute this command. Have been executed successfully. And what will be the output which we will be getting after doing a select star from details? Now that we have dropped this particular table, so I'll execute this and it is telling that invalid object name details is present here. So there's no object, no table named as details which is present. And if we try to insert the data, will it happen? No, because the table details have been completely removed from the database itself. So what do we need to do to insert data into the table details? Again, the same process, we need to create the table. So I just created the table. As you can see, the table has been created or not. So do a select star, table has been created. Let us insert the data into the table, and it is not happening because the column names I had changed earlier. So to let us do one thing, add a column here as phone number and give it as big int. Now we have changed the design of the table. So first I'll just drop the table. I'll recreate the table again. Let us see if any information is present into the table. No information is present. The table has been created. And finally, let us insert the data into the table. So you can see 2 rows are affected. It is showing. Let us see if the 2 rows are inserted or not. So you can see the 2 rows have been inserted. So friends, this is all about the DDL data definition language, and we have covered everything. So we'll be going like this. So we'll be covering the theory part, we'll be understanding that will be help of very simple examples, day-to-day examples. I'm trying to make this as layman language as much as possible, and we will see all of these things which are present here onto your screen to a lot of more detail. Now coming next to DML, data manipulation language, and into the DML we have the insert, we have the update, and we have the delete. Now friends, insert data into table, we have seen this. We have inserted data into our table and we have seen this particular syntax. what if and where do we use this update and delete command? Now friends, let's say for a particular case, a student's phone number have been updated from the previous thing. So we need to update that particular entry so that the phone number gets updated. And in addition to that, let's say I want to delete the previous phone number. So, friends, this particular thing, this particular commands is used to update a particular record and also delete a particular record which is present from before. Let us see this into practically onto the SQL Server Management Studio. So I'll just go here. You can see here I have a table MS details. I'll be using this particular table only to show you what does update and delete command do at certain values. So I'll just drop this particular table here and we'll create the table again, and I'll be entering two different student information, roll number ID as 1 and roll number ID as 2. So I'll do a select star and you can see I'm having the roll number, subject name, their phone number. Let's say the phone number of student ID as 1 has been updated and has been changed from this. It has been changed to say this. So I want to update the entry into my table. How do I do this? We'll be doing this with the help of the update command. The syntax of update. Syntax of update is something like update, and we need to write here the table name. We need to write here set. We'll need to write here column name, phone number. Correct. So what do we update the phone number? So whatever is present before, it will be updated to whatever we give within this particular codes. So right now you can see it is 90000. It will be updated to 9004. So friends, how will our code recognize, how will the update command recognize that we are talking about the student who is having the roll number as 1? So we need to specify this, that I'm talking about changing the phone number of the student whose roll number is 1. So we need to provide this into our code at some or the other place. And we need to provide this as update details set phone number is equal to whatever, where roll is equal to 1. That's all. So we're just telling our code that where roll number is equal to 1, update into the details table and set the phone number as this particular phone number. Let us execute this particular code, friends. So you can see it is telling us one row has been affected. Let us see if the entry has been updated or not. So I'll just do a select star from details. And you can see earlier the phone number was 90000 and it has been updated to 90004. So this is all about the update command. Let us move to command delete record into a particular table. Let us assume that the student ID roll number S2 has left the school, so the data of the student ID roll number 2 should not be present here. So how do I remove this particular information from here? So we'll be using the delete command here. So I'll use a delete. Here also we'll need to mention which is the exact entry which I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the student having roll number as 2. So the student has left the school. So I'll have to write here delete from details where roll is equal to 2. So you can see right now the entry for roll number 2 is present. I'll execute this. You can see one row affected. Let us execute the select star from details, and you can see only one row information is present and the student ID roll number S2 has been deleted. And this is all about the delete and the update command, which is present into the DML, which is the data manipulation language. Two parts, which is the DCL and the TCL. So DCL simply means data control language, Now, many times into this particular video, I have just told how security plays a important role in today's time. So, we can just grant the permissions to see the data or even update the data, insert the data. We can grant the information to specific users with the help of the DCL, which is the data control language. Also, if we are granting the permission, we can revoke the permission anytime. So these are some of the security benefits which we get with the help of the SQL. So using SQL, we can grant the access to people and we can revoke the access also. The last is the transaction control language. So the number one here is the commit. So at whatever step we are, let's say I just want to do it for now, I want to save it for now, we can do it with the help of the commit function. Many times what happens is we have saved the information, but we just remember that the last step in which we have done some changes or anything, that is done wrong, and we need to go back to the last step and do the changes accordingly, and we need to save our work. So the rollback command is useful in that particular perspective, that we can just roll back to the last commit part, and then we can do the changes and then we can save our work. Now there's another and last is, which is the save point. Now what does save point do? So it identifies a point in the transaction to which you can roll back later. So you can say you can save whatever functionality you're doing, whatever code you're writing, you can just save that particular part of code at that point of time, and then just rewrite your code and also save it multiple times so that you can just roll back it later at exactly the point which you want to. So save point is utilized or used into that point. The next section here, let us understand more details onto the SQL, the basics of the SQL. Now friends, you can see onto my screen primary key. Primary key plays a very important role into the SQL. Whatever we were doing till now, creating database, creating tables, you would not have heard me using the term which is the primary key. I was always using a term which is the roll number is the unique thing for each of the student. The roll number ID is the unique thing for each of the student. Now, this particular roll number in general term is the primary key of the data which is stored into my table. So friends, you can see onto my screen that primary key, in simple terms, is a primary key. In simple term, a primary key is a column which is present into your table in which in each of the row a unique information is present. For example, into the screen you can just see to the leftmost part of the table, the primary key is the roll number column. The second column is the name column, and the third column is the stream column. Now friends, into the roll number column, each of the student will have a unique roll number, and through which they are distinguished as a unique student. Now two students can have the same name. As you can see, it is marked in red. Two students named as Robert, they have the same name, so that can be a general case, but those two students are two different students, so there should be something unique to distinguish them. So the roll number is the unique thing or the primary key of this particular table, you can see. Now, a very, very real life example is your Aadhaar number. So Aadhaar card is information which is recognized in India, and every citizen have been given a unique Aadhaar card number, and that is unique to every citizen. So even if multiple citizens, let's say they have the same name, they live into the same state, they live into the same city, they live into the same area, but their unique number is the Aadhaar number through which they are recognized. So the primary key of this particular table, the second table you can see, is the Aadhaar number. The first column is the Aadhaar number, the second column is the name of that particular person, the third column is the state in which the person lives. So even if the name is same, state also is same, city is same, the area is same, but two people who are having same information, but they are recognized differently using the Aadhaar number. So friends, this is all about the primary key. I just gave a very simple example to make you understand about what is a primary key. I hope this is pretty much clear, but wait a minute, there are a lot of constraints here which will be coming up when we are doing this into the real world. So we need to provide this information into a different way, into the table. So the table which I created earlier into the SSMS, I did not provided any primary key as such. As you can just see, I just entered the information. I just created this information as much simple way as I could. But right now I'll be giving a primary key also to this particular table. So let us do this. Now, first of all, I'll use the details table only. So I'll just drop this table. And information, for example, you saw. So I think roll number as teacher, the name of the student, the check, and the student, and the stream of the student. So this should take I'm sorry, details. I insert all these values into so like this. Okay, let us create the table as details and let us insert the data here. Then rows affected, it is saying so. I'll just write here select star from details. So I'll just execute this. And into this particular table, I'm telling the roll number is the primary key. That means that I cannot have repeated values. So roll number 1 information, the different student cannot have the roll number as 1. Similarly, no other student can have roll number as 2. Every student is given a unique roll number. Let us see if we are able to add this particular information, and we'll try to see if roll number is the primary key of this particular table or not, and if not, how do we ensure this? So I'll just write here James with Shane, let's say, and Shane roll number is 1. So I'm inserting this particular information. Let us see if this information is getting inserted or not. So okay, it is only one row affected. I'll just execute this particular command, select star from details. So you can see into the very last row, the information which right now I've inserted has come up. And this is ideally a wrong scenario. No two students can have the same roll number. So there should be some mechanism through which we can tell into our code that take the roll number as the primary key of this particular table and do not insert duplicate values in future. So we'll have to tell into this particular code. So what are the changes which we need to do here? So they just a minute change. When you are creating the table, you need to mention this information that which column should be the primary key of this particular table. How do we give this? So it's very simple. Whenever you're creating the table, in the very last you need to mention here primary key, and into the brackets you need to write the primary key column name, which is the roll number column. Now, first of all, we need to drop this particular table. We'll create it from the very beginning. Drop this particular table. I'll just write here drop table details. Let us execute this. The tables have been dropped. Now I'm creating a new table with primary key as roll number. The command has been successfully executed. I'll insert the details. I'm doing the same process again to just show you what is the difference you face when you insert a primary key to a particular table. So I'm inserting the same details into the table. It has executed. I'll just run the select star from details to see if the details have been inserted or not. And you can see the details have been inserted. Now, what I will try to do is I will try to add a student with roll number as 1 again, and let us see what is the thing which is happening. It will throw an error or the data will be inserted, but the data will look in a different kind of format. So I don't know. Let's see what will happen. So I will try to insert a student again with a roll number as 1. There's a unique student, there's a unique roll number attached to every student. So into our table from before, James have been assigned roll number as 1. Now what we're trying to insert a new student Shane as roll number as 1. So let's see if this is happening or not. So I just execute this command and you can see it has thrown me error, and this is a primary key error. So it is saying cannot insert duplicate key in object dbo.detail. So friends, this was the thing which I was talking about. So this exactly is the primary key. So primary key is very important because it helps to distinguish every row information. How is every information in a row is unique from the other row. So it will help us to uniquely identify each row information. So this is pretty much clear, I hope. Why did I choose roll number as the primary key? Because many students can have the same name. So you can see here Robert and Robert, they were repeating. So I cannot make the name as the primary key. Also, in this case, Robert is in the biology branch, and the second Robert, whose roll number is 7, is in the arts branch. But this can be a scenario also that into the same stream, let's say the stream is biology, we can have the same name of student. Those could be two different person overall, but the name of the student will be same, their stream is also same. But there should be a unique thing to identify both the different students, and that is the roll number of the student. So friends, this is the use of the primary key. If you will look into details, so, and we just saw how do we implement this practically into our SSMS. Let us move to the next thing, which is the not null. I would just show here into the columns. So you can see all these information which is coming here, it is showing as null. Every other row is null. That means that if a person is not entering any information for those particular uh, columns, leave it as null. What does that mean? Right now you can just see here, if I do a select star from details, every other cell has a certain value attached to it. But what if I would just tell it that the roll number column in every row information should be present, it should not be null. So let us try to see this. I would not enter any value for the roll number column, and into the first name column and into the last name column, I would have certain values. Let's execute this particular command. Now before that, I would drop this particular table because we have set primary key as a roll number. I don't want to do this because the error would come up and I won't be able to show you what exactly is not null. So I'll just execute, make the table once again. I'll insert the data. This time I'll insert the data with an additional row. You can just see here, and I haven't entered any value here. I'll just execute this. Okay, there's some syntax error. So instead of, I'll just put it as simple string. I'll insert this particular data, or instead of string, let me give simple null. And I'll insert the data finally. Let us see how the data looks like. It's showing 11 rows affected. I'll execute this. So you can see it is coming out as null. And a roll number column cannot be null because the example which I gave earlier is, let's say two students have the same name and they are into the same stream. They should have something unique to distinguish them. So student here is having a roll number as 10, and the second student roll number is null, and this is a very wrong data which is being inserted here. So this should be some way through which we can just say that the user, if he is not giving or giving a null value, it will not accept it. It will only accept when the information is filled into that particular column. So to make this sure, we'll have to enter a command which is the not null. This will ensure that every information is entered and there is no information which is coming as null for this particular column. So I'll just run this particular drop details. I'll recreate the table here. The table has been created. I'll rerun this command again with a null value. And let's see what is the error which is coming up. And just cannot insert the value null into the column roll number because it doesn't allow nulls. It is mentioned explicitly that it should be a not a null column. So we will have to provide a value there to insert the value. So right now the data would not have been inserted. I'll just show you. So you can see the entire table is empty. So I'll just put a raw number to this and I'll now try it, and you will see that it is executed successfully and it is now showing the details also. So friends, this was all about the not null concept. We can give the student name also as not null. Right now let us show you an example, a similar kind of example. I'll not enter the student's name, it will be null. I'll just enter the ID and I'll execute this. Let us see if the data is getting inserted or not. Definitely it will be inserted. And this is also a very wrong information which will be getting. As you can see here, null is coming in the student's name. So friends, this should not happen. So for this not to happen, I'll provide a not null condition here again. I'll drop the table once more. Let us create the table again. I'll insert the values into this particular table with a null value. Let us see if it throws an error. It is throwing me an error. So instead of null, I should give a name to this particular student. And let us try it right now if we are getting to insert the values of the student. I'll execute this. It's showing 12 rows affected. I'll execute select star from details, and you can see the details have been inserted. Now friends, let us do one thing. I'll just run this command once again, insert into. It is saying 12 rows insert affected, and I'll execute this. Now you can see the data is getting added up from the previous data which we are having into our table from before, until and unless we are dropping the table. So dropping means deleting the table entirely and then recreating the table from the very beginning. But when I'm just reinserting inserting data every time it is inserted or added to the previous data. Now here you can see two students are having the same roll number, or the data is getting repeated. To avoid this particular thing which we have talked about is about the primary key. So I'll just write here primary key. I'll mention the primary key of this particular table, which is the roll number. Let us do the same thing again. I'll execute this particular command. I would execute the table details. I'll insert the details. Execute this. You can see 12 rows are affected. I'll do a select star from details. You can see I'm getting all the information. Let me try to reinsert the data again. Let's see, I've given the primary key as the roll number and it should not duplicate again. So ideally it should throw an error to me. I'll execute this command and you can see it is throwing me an error that the duplicate key values are coming up. So friends, you can see such powerful SQL, and using it will not, if you're using the right commands at the right time for the right thing, it will allow you to save the right data. And so I'll just do a select star from details and you can see no data has been added. It is just the same data which is present from before. And if a new ID comes up, let's say 13, roll number 13 is not present and I want to insert roll number 13, I'll run this and I'll execute this. You can see one row affected and the 13th roll number student details would have been added. As you can see to the last row, the information is present. So friends, this is all about the primary key, not null information. Right now, this is not refreshed, so it is not showing as, it is showing as null, but You do one thing, you just close your system, sorry, you close your SSMS right now, reopen it once again, and you'll be able to see all the information. Let me see if it is refreshed or not. Okay, I'll just check the refresh, and you can see the thing which I was talking about. I'm having all the information. The key symbol has been come up, and this is the primary key. The null has changed to not null. Similarly, the student first name should also be not null. That has also come up. So from this is the power of the SSMS. You are getting all the information. You are seeing all the information clearly. Whatever you have done, the information is not getting overloaded, but there are a lot of things to capture, a lot of things. These are some of the basics things we should definitely know when you're starting to learn SQL, because these are asked into the interviews a lot of many times. Friends, let us see one more thing, which is the auto increment. Now, why auto increment is useful and why do we use it? Auto increment is used basically, let's say this is the roll number column. So by mistake, when we are entering data manually, there might be a case that we will be entering multiple duplicate values. So let's say if I'm not using the primary key, I might add duplicate values, duplicate roll number values into my table. Auto increment is one of the feature through which you don't need to mention the column details when you're inserting data into the column. You just write their auto increment and it will be automatically, it will increment by +1 +2 whatever you want. So, and the syntax is also very much simple. So to do this, I would first of all drop the table. So auto increment is basically a term which is used in MySQL. Similar thing, the same concept is here. It is termed as identity. I'll just write here identity. And into this identity, you need to provide brackets, and into this bracket, you want to provide the information. Information as in how will the values will be auto incremented. So let us say the roll number column is starting with 1, and by what steps it should auto increment. So it should auto increment with step as 1. So the values would be provided like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah blah. So all this information will be present like this. And even if we don't provide this roll number 1, 2, 3, 4, our values will be inserted. So I'll just delete all these values from here, the roll number values. So I'll create this particular table, command executed successfully. Right now you can see I don't have, I'm not giving the roll number column, also I'm not inserting any values. So this, with the help of the identity, it will auto increment on itself automatically. Every row will be provided unique information. So I'll just do a select star from details, and you can see even if I did not give any roll number, it has been giving the details as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now this identity, let's say instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, I want to give into the odd numbers. So I'll just write here 2 instead of 1, and we run this particular details. I'll insert into details as well, and I'll do a select star from details, and you can see the roll number column. The values are coming as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So this is how the identity function or the auto increment function is working. You can see I have added the primary key as the roll number also. Let us refresh once again here. Let us see if something comes up for identity or not, and nothing as such is coming for identity, but it is working correctly. So friends, we have a lot of information. We learned a lot of things on how do we create table, how do we insert information, how do we give a primary key for a particular table, how do we give auto increment or identity command to a particular table when we are creating it. How do we make sure that a user is not leaving a null value, or just not keeping any value for a particular column? How do we ensure that using not null function? So friends, all of these different things we learned right now. Now, so let us move to the next information which is present here, and which is the surrogate key. So we learned about the primary key. This is the surrogate key. Surrogate key is nothing but any primary key column which we give, like the roll number ID column. So every roll number is a random thing which we are providing, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It does not have a real meaning into the world. So it is just a random number which I'm picking up. I could have also picked up the alphabets instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the examples of the surrogate key. So surrogate key is any random ID for the primary key. Let us move to the next, which is the natural key. So natural key is something, choosing a key which has a real purpose. So the example which I gave about the Aadhaar card. So every person has a unique Aadhaar card number. So even if multiple person have the same details, they will have different Aadhaar card details. So this is an example of the natural key. A natural key has a real life purpose. Actually, your Aadhaar card number is has all the details attached to you. So it has a real life purpose. So this is called as a natural key. Let's move to the next. Next is the foreign key. Now, what is a foreign key? A foreign key is basically, you can see into this particular example, I have two tables, table 1 and table 2. Into table 1, I have the roll number. Into the second column, I have the name of the student, and into the third column, I have the stream ID. And I have another table. Into the first column, I have the stream ID, and into the second column, I have the stream name. Now, friends, what if we want to generate a result where we have information such as roll number, name, stream ID, and name of the stream? So the information should be something like number, name, stream ID, and stream name. So this is the output which we want to have. Now, what are the tables which we are having? We are having tables such as roll number, name, and stream ID. To the second table, I have the stream name and stream ID. Now, friends, into this particular table, the primary key is the roll number because every student will have a unique roll number. Similarly, into this particular table, let's say the stream ID is the primary key, that won't matter. The thing which we're talking about here is the foreign key. Now, what is a foreign key? A foreign key is particularly a particular column for which you will be joining or getting information from the other table. So, friends, let's say if I want to get the stream name here, so into this particular example, we saw the ID column is the foreign key. So the ID stream ID column is the foreign key into the table 1, because through this we will be getting the information. The concept in SQL which is joining. So we can just join multiple tables if they are related to in some or the other way. So you can join them and get your desired result. So we'll come back, we'll get to know that into a lot of more details later on, but basically the concept is very much simple, that two tables you will have to join. On what column you are joining them, that column is kind of the foreign key of that particular table, so through which you will be joining a foreign key. Foreign key for a particular table could be the primary key for the another table. So you can see here the stream ID is the primary key of this particular table, while for this particular table this ID is a foreign key. So, friends, this is all about the foreign key. I hope you are able to get it. Just basically, for joining two different tables, we are using a particular column. You can call that column as a foreign key column, and a foreign key column can be a primary key column in a different table. About the foreign key, let us move to another thing, which is the composite key. What is a composite key? Into various situations, basically you won't be able to have a particular column through which you'll be getting a unique value. So into this particular case, you can just see I have the information. Into the column A, I have the class of the students. Into the column B, I have the name of the student. Into the column C, I have the contact number of the students. Into the column D, I have the stream ID of the students. Now, if I tell you to clearly see whether if you can find unique values into any of this particular columns, you cannot, because you can see 5 is being repeated, 5 is present here, 5 is present here, 5 is present here. So this particular column cannot be a primary key for this particular table. Similarly, you can see Robert, the same name is coming multiple times. So this cannot be a primary key of that particular column also. Similarly, contact numbers are also getting repeated. You can see the same contact number is coming from multiple students. So this can be considered as the parent's contact number. So there might be a case that these students are siblings, and that is why the parent contact number is the same. And the stream ID basically, this definitely will be same. So you can see 1 1 is coming, 4 4 are coming 2 times. So in this case, how do we get to a solution that will be forming a primary key? So primary key need not necessarily be from a single column. We can combine multiple columns to make the primary key, and when we are combining multiple columns to make a primary key, that would termed as a composite key, and that is all about the composite key. So friends, you can see here, if I just join the name of the student with the contact number, that would form the composite key into this particular case. Let us execute this particular thing in our SQL Server Management Studio, and let us see this practically. If and how is this happening? So let us insert these details here. I have not given any primary key for this particular column. Expected, the values have been inserted. As I discussed, that the student name and the contact number can somewhat form a primary key, because a student will have a unique ID or a unique contact number attached to his name. So that can be composed as a primary key for this particular table, and that would name as the composite key. So let us try to insert value into this particular table, in which I would give the different class. The name would be same, the stream ID would be same, and the number also will be same. So I'll just insert this into details. To was affected is telling, as we discussed that, I'll just copy this into the Excel. So this was the class, this was the name, this was the phone number, this was the stream. So friends, as I discussed earlier, that the, the name and also the phone number, they are the primary keys. So according to that, the combination should not be duplicated into any other rows. But here you can see the combination is duplicated. So to make this as a primary key, both of these columns as a primary key, so we need to provide this into our code, so that in future none of these kind of data would be inserted. So to make two columns as a primary key, I would just write here primary key, and I need to mention both the column names, student name, comma, contact number. That's all. I'll do one thing. I'll drop table details, I'll recreate this table again, and I would reinsert this data. Right now, what I have given is I've given two columns as the primary key. Let us see the details from here. You can see I have all the details which are present here. I'm inserting James with the same phone number and Robert with the same phone number. Let us see when we have given the composite key as the student name and the contact number, we are able to insert this information or not, or if it is throwing error. So you can see it is giving the duplicate key value error. And this is meant that we should be getting a duplicate error because we are entering the same combination. So the combination as in the name of the student and the phone number. If you just look at the combination which I was talking about, that should not really be a student. So two different students cannot have the same name and the same phone number in a scenario. But let's say in a class there are two students who are having the same name also, and they're having the same phone number. Let's say they are siblings. So in that case, we will be needing to have some another column which would serve as the primary key column. That could be, let's say, the roll number of the student, but with the limited amount of information which we had. So I had to make you understand what is a composite key. Basically, it is combination of one or more, two or more columns to make the primary key. So through this particular combination, whatever the key pair which we get is forming the composite key of the particular table. So friends, this is all about the composite key. Let us move to the next section. Friends, next we'll be discussing a very important topic in SQL, which is the SQL operators. Now, there are various other operators which are present into SQL. We'll be discussing them into a lot of more detail. Mind you, I'll be discussing all the operators which are present in SQL, so you need not to study any more from what I'll be discussing into this particular video. So let us move on to my next screen. So there are basically, you can see onto my screen all the operators which are present into the SQL. So we have the equal to, we have greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, and not equal to. We also have this where clause and or not clause. So we have all of these different operators which are present into SQL. Now the equal to is very much clear. So when any variable is equal to some particular number or any, let's say a particular string, so we'll be using this particular equal to sign. So if I would have to explain this into the Excel, so I'll just quickly go onto my Excel sheet, and then we'll be seeing in this into detail onto our SQL Server Management Studio. First of all, the very first operator was equal to operator. So let's say 5 is equal to 5. So what does this gives into the output? I'll just hit the enter button. So you can see it is giving me as true. So when both of these, what we are comparing is equal, so and when we are hitting the enter button, you can see it is giving me as true. Now let me give 5 is equal to 6. Now what do you think what this should give into the output? So as this is giving is it as false because 5 is not equal to 6. So this is the use of the equal to sign. Now let us move to the greater than sign. So I'll just give here 5 is greater than 6. So what do you think what this should return? So you can see it is returning as false because 5 is actually not greater than 6. It is 6 which is greater than 5. So if I would just reverse the sign, so I'll just write here 6 is greater than 5 and I'll hit enter. You can see it is returning me true. Now, greater than equal to the third operator which was present, greater than equal to, let us see. So I'll just write here 5 is greater than 5. What do you think what this should return? So this should return a false because 5 is not greater than 5. So but when I write here greater than and equal to, this would return a true value because of this equal to sign also, 5 is becoming equal to 5 and that particular criteria is satisfied. That is why it is returning a true value. Now moving to the next is less than. So I'll just write here 5 is less than 6. and this is also true. So because 5 is actually less than 6, so it is returning as true. Similarly, less than equal to sign, so 5 is less than equal to 6. What do you think what this should give up into the answer? This should also give up a true value, because 6 is actually greater than 5. So this particular condition is satisfied. Now, instead of 6, I'll be mentioning here 5. Which particular condition is satisfied here? It is the equal to sign which is being satisfied here. So that is why we'll be getting true value here. So friends, this was all about the equal to, greater than equal to, less than equal to. Now, these things, you might be familiar with these particular things, but I just wanted to bring this out so that some of your concepts will be getting cleared if you might not be knowing this particular thing. So I'm just doing this particular course from the very scratch level, from the very basic level. So even if you don't have any knowledge of SQL, completing this course will make you interview ready, that is for sure, because I've covered almost all the topics, 100% of the topics into this particular video, which is generally asked nowadays into the analytics interview for the SQL. Now let us move to the next operators which are present here, which is the not equal to sign. So not equal to, from the name only, it is very much clear. So 5 is equal to 5, this would return a true. But if I want to compare two different values and they are not equal, so how should we write that? What is the syntax for that? So the syntax for not equal to is something like this. Let us hit the enter button. You can see it is returning a false because 5 is equal to 5. Mind you, into the Excel, not, we can write the not equal to sign like this also. So that is why the not equal to sign has changed with this particular sign, which you can see onto your screen. Let us move to the next thing, which is the where clause. Now, friends, coming back to where clause, so you can see I have a data set ready which, in front of my screen. Now from this particular data set, let us say I want to filter out all these students. I want to get the details of all these students with name as Robert. So what I'll be doing? So I'll be first of all applying the filter thing here. So you can apply the filter, the shortcut is Control plus Shift plus L. So after applying the filter thing, or the alternate method is something like you need to go to this particular filter section and then select the filter thing. So you can see the filter thing has been applied. Now what do I want to get? I want to get the details of all the students whose name is Robert. So from this particular column, I want to first of all open the filter section, and then I would just want to get the details of the student whose name is Robert. I'll just select this, and you can see I've got the student details whose name is Robert. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste this somewhere else. So you can see from this particular entire set of data, I just wanted to get the details of the students whose name is Robert. So I've just filtered out the relevant information from this particular set of data, and this is my result which I wanted. So this was my, you can say, the entire data set, and this is the subset of this particular entire set of data which was present. So I just wanted to get the details of all the students whose name is Robert. So I've got the relevant details. So friends, this is how the filter thing works. Similarly, a similar concept is present into SQL, which we do with the help of where clause. Don't worry, I'll be doing the same thing using the where clause into the SQL so that you get complete understanding. I'm just explaining right now onto the Excel because it is far more better understanding here, and then we'll be implementing the same thing into our SQL, our SSMS software. So this is the first application of the where clause. Now friends, let us say I want to get the details of all the students whose name is equal to Robert, and the stream is equal to 2, sorry. So how do we go about this? Because there are two columns on which I need to apply filters. So how do we go about this into the Excel? So the same thing, first of all, I'll be applying the filter thing here. The first filter condition, so there are two different conditions as you can see here. The very first condition is the name is equal to Robert. So the very first filter condition I'll apply here as Robert. The second filter condition was the stream should be equal to 2. So from this particular section, you can see the stream should also be equal to 2. So I'll just select here Robert, and the stream should be equal to 2. So this is the information, the exact information which I wanted. I've got the relevant information here. So I'll just do one thing. I'll copy this, I'll paste this here, because this was my entire set of data, and this the result which we have got is the subset of the data, or the desired information which we require. We wanted to get the details of all the students whose name is Robert, and the stream is equal to 2. So this is the information which we have got. This is how we filter out the relevant information into the Excel. The same application we do into the SQL with the help of the where clause. Now coming back to the next operator which is present here, which is and, or, and not. So and operator, how does and operator work? I'll help you understand this with the help of examples. So let's say we have two different variables. So I have column A, and to the next thing I have column B. So I have certain values which are present here. So I'll just take a 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, and 1, 1. Let us say all these values are present into the our data set. So into one of the column I have A, into the other column I have B, and all of these values are present. Now how does AND condition work? This is for two variables. There can be as many as variables as possible. The rule remain the same. Just remember the rule, how the AND condition works. That will be it, and that is how you'll be getting to know how does these things work, and you'll be applying into the SQL server. We'll be doing this, don't worry, practically into our SSMS. I'm just helping you to explain this much more better into the Excel. Now how does this AND condition work? So I'll just tell you the things which you are comparing, each and every condition, if it is equal to true, so you will be getting a true value. So into this particular thing, you can see both of these 0. So let us assume that 0 is equal to false here and 1 is equal to true. Let us assume this for now. Now, if both the things which we are comparing, so both the things we are comparing here is A and B, you can compare as many as variables as possible, as many as columns as possible. There can be 100 columns, 200 columns you are just comparing. So let's say the columns which you're comparing, if both the values are false, the result which you get is false when you're applying the AND condition. Even if one of the condition is true and the other condition is false, you'll be getting a false. Let's say you're comparing 5 different variables. The 4 become true. Even if one is false, it will be false when you're applying the AND condition, because for AND to be fully successful, to give a true value, all the conditions should be met. That is the advantage of using the AND variable, or that is how the AND operator works everywhere. So you can see here Z into the A column I have 0, and into the B column I have 1. So here you can see this is becoming as false. So even if one is becoming false in the AND operator, the result will be false. Now coming to the last, you can see into A it is present as 1 and into B it is present as 1. Both are true. So the things which we are comparing, or the variables which we are comparing, if all of them are true, the result which you will be getting is true. So here we'll be getting a 1. So this is how the AND operator works. To the next, which is the OR operator. So into the OR operator, it works exactly the opposite of the AND operator. In OR operator, even if one is true, the result which you'll be getting is true. The only condition to give a true result for the OR operator, when you are comparing let's say many variables, the only condition is one of the variable one of the condition should be equal to true. Now into this particular case, you can see 0 and 0 both are false. So in or operator, we need to have something which is true. Here you can see both are false, so this should be 0. Now coming to the next, you can see in A it is 1, in B it is equal to 0. So you can see in B it is false, but for A it is getting true. So in OR operator, at least one should be true, and this is happening. So the result which will be getting will be 1. Coming to the next, you can see here into A and B, B is equal to 1. So at least one we are getting as a true value. So this will be a 1. And into the next thing, you can see both are 1. So at least means minimum one value should be satisfied or one value should be true. More than one, we need not care, or will be satisfied if one of the condition is true. So it only cares about that. So you can see both of the conditions are true, so it will definitely be true. So friends, this is how exactly the and or condition works. You can just if you are having any issue, you can just comment down your doubts, but this is exactly how the and the or operator works. Friends, I hope this particular logic or this particular concept is very much clear. You can just rewind this particular video and then rewatch it once again. If I have to just summarize the and the or operator, it is something like for and to be, you let's say you're comparing n number of variables, n number of columns, n number of conditions you are just comparing. Even if one condition is getting true in the and operator, the result will be false. For and to be successful, for and to give a result as true, each and every condition should be true. That is the condition for the and operator. While for the or operator, at least one condition, if it is getting true, the result will be true. While for and condition, every condition should be true, then the result will be true. And for the or operator, at least a one condition should be true, then only the result will be true. So friends, this was all about the and the or operator. The next operator into our section is the not operator. Now friends, this is very interesting. Just let's just say 5 is greater than 3. So what should be the result? The result should be true. Now let's see if I add a not operator here, and I'll just give here not of true. What do you think what this should return? Yes, this should return as false, because not operator, the function is it will return the opposite of the expression which you're giving inside the not operator. So you can just see here how the flow was. The flow was something like I had two numbers, I compared both the numbers, whatever the result may be, let's say 5 is greater than 3. Yes, it is greater than 3, so the result was true. Now into this true, I applied the not operator, not of true. So in not operator, it will give the result which is opposite of the expression which you are giving into the not operator. So not of true, what is the opposite of true? The opposite of true is false, and that is the result which we are getting onto our screen. You can just see. So the not operator is something like not of 3 greater than 5. So what do you think? What should be result here? Just pause this video, think a bit. The result of this particular expression is true. I hope this thing is pretty much clear. Now friends, this was all about the SQL operators. See into our SSMS how each of these things are working and how do we operate into each of these things. So friends, you can see onto my screen from our code we have created this details table. One by one, we'll just see how these particular operators they work. The very first thing which we saw was the equal to condition, and the output which we required is the name of the details of all the students whose name is equal to Robert. So how do we write this into the SQL? So we write this something like select star from details. And here one thing which I would like to say is the use of the where operator. So if you just remember, I was filtering out the results here. I was applying the filter function from the Excel and I was filtering out the result. You can just think on the similar lines. Now I want to filter out a result from the entire set of results which I have. I want to filter out the result or the information which I want. The what is the information which I want? I want to get the details of all the students whose student name is equal to Robert. So friends, you can just see, select star from details. I'll just apply a where clause. So I'm just telling where, I'll just write a student name is equal to something. And into that something, you can see here I'm using the equal to sign. So what is that something? The something is Robert. So I need to provide it exactly how it is into my data set. So you can just see here R is capital. I have given R into capital, and while the other characters they are in small. So I need to provide them into small. So it should match exactly how it is into our data set. Then only we'll be getting into the output. So I'll just select this code. I'll just execute this. So you can see I'm getting two results, and into our data set, into our details table, you can just see two students are there. Name is Robert, and all those student details I am getting it right here onto my screen. Now friends, I let's say I want to see how does the greater than sign work. So let's say from this particular data set I want to get the details of all the students who studies in class 6 and greater than class 6. So above class 6, all the student details I want. So how should be query look like? So the query should look like something, select star from details, where you can see a class column. So onto the class column I'll be applying a filter. And what should be the filter condition? The filter condition is something like I want to get the details of all the students who studies in class 6 or greater than class 6. So I'll just write here equal to greater than class 6. That's all. I would execute this particular command, and you can see I'm getting the details of all the students who are in class 6 and greater than class 6. If I would just have to verify this, I will just rerun the entire data set and the result set which we have got. So you can see I am getting the correct result. I'm getting all the desired result, the result of the students who are studying in class 6 or greater than class 6. The similar thing, let's say I want to get the details of all the students who are studying in class 6 or less than class 6. So what do I need to do? I would need to change the sign. So less than class 6 and equal to class 6. That is the query which I should write. I'll execute this particular command, and you can see I'm getting all the details of the students who are studying in class 6 or less than class 6. So friends, this is how we are utilizing the SQL operators, and we are operating into them into the SSMS. Now friends, let us move to the next operator which was there. You have seen this where clause. How are we utilizing the where clause? Now one more thing, this not equal to sign. Okay, let us do one thing I would do here only. So I want to get the details of all the students whose name is not equal to Robert. So I'll just write here not equal to Robert. I'll execute this particular command, and you can see into the output I'm getting the details of all the students whose name is not equal to Robert. To the next, which is the AND operator. Now how does this particular AND operator works? Now from this particular query of the students whose name was Robert, you can see here, let's say I want to get the details of the student whose name is Robert and who's who studies in class 6. So both the conditions should match. So how should we go about this? So we should write something like where student name is equal to Robert and class is equal to 6. So for AND condition to be giving the true result or the right result, both the conditions should match, both the conditions should be true. So by both the condition I mean all these two conditions which I have given right now. So if any record is present onto my set which satisfies both of these conditions, we'll be getting those rows into our output. So if you would just think of, we did a similar thing into the Excel. From this entire set of data, I just filtered out the information of all the students whose name is Robert and the stream ID is equal to 2. That's a similar thing. So you can just see both these conditions were satisfied for both of these row entries. So into the output, we just got both of these entries. Here you can see I want to get the details of the name of the students whose name is equal to Robert, and the class should be equal to 6. So I'll just execute this particular command. You can see I'm getting a particular result. Now from this particular result set only, let's say I want to get the details of the students whose name is equal to student and class is equal to 8. So if do we have a condition or a row which satisfies this particular condition, you can see into the output I'm not getting any details because there might be a student whose name is equal to Robert. You can see these two entries, but if you'll just see the class of both these students is 6 and 5, so none of the records match. So that is why we are getting here zero record, because for and condition to give some output, all the conditions should satisfy. Now, friends, this is the magic here. If I replace and with or, what do you think? What should be the result which I'll be getting? I'll be getting two rows because for or condition to be satisfied to give a result, at least one condition should be true. You can just see here there was no student. There are students whose name is equal to Robert, which is there into our data set. So this condition becomes true. That is exactly what is required. Just any of the conditions should be true, we'll be getting the result into our data set. So it will not check in this condition also, so it will just give out the result. So it will only check if both the conditions are met or both the conditions are satisfied. For those condition also it will give the result. So the same logic applies here what I discussed. So for or condition, if both the conditions or all the conditions are is equal to true, into the output we'll be getting the answer as true. So friends, this was the summary or all about the and the or operator. Let us see an example of not operator. So I'll just write here not not of class equal to 8. I'll just execute this. So you can see here, I'm getting, okay, instead of, I'll just give here as not of class equal to 6. So from our data set, what is the result which we are getting? So if you will just clearly observe, the result which we are getting is something like, we are getting details of all the students who are not in class 6. So apart from class 6, we are getting the details of all the students. So this is the use of the not operator. So it will give the result which is opposite of the condition or the expression which we are giving. So the same result which we're getting right now, we could have got by where class is not equal to 6. So I'll just execute this particular command, and you can see I'm getting the same result. So this is how exactly the not equal to and the not operator works. I hope what I've explained to this particular Excel sheet, that was quite clear, and that is enough to help you understand the difference between all of these different operators. So friends, let us move to the next screen. I have some more operators ready here. So I have between, I have is null, in distinct, average, count, max, min, sum. So this can be considered as something like more of a function than operators, but we'll be discussing all of these into a lot of more detail, and how does these different operators they behave in when we face some complex situation. But right now we are just concerned about understanding all of these operator into a simple way, into a lot of more depth. How do they perform, how do they behave? Intention of this particular section is just to make you aware about all of these operators. So let us move to the between operator. So the between operator, from the name itself, is very much clear. Let us say we have two numbers, 14 and 20. So between is very simple, and I have a third number which is 15. I have, let's say, another number which is 22. So between is very much simple. If we just say, let's say simple logic is something like, So 14, and this particular number, the second number, which is 20, and I have a third number which is 15. So is 15 lying between 14 and 20? Is this true? Yes, this is true. The other number which I have is 22. So the statement which will be something like, is 22 lying between 14 and 20, which is false. So this is not true. So this is false. This is becoming as false. So friends, coming back to SQL Server Management Studio, I'll just write here to help you explain the between function. So I'll just write here, select star from details where class. So let's say I want to get the details of all the students who are studying between the standard 4th to standard 6. So I'll just write here between 4 and 6. So this particular query, it will give the result of all the details of the students who are studying in standard 4, in standard 5, and in standard 6. So it will include the boundary level conditions which will be giving. So the boundary level condition which we have provided here is 4 and 6. So it will include 4 and 6 also. And if any of the inside range numbers are being satisfied, so it will give those particular values also. So ideally we should get 4, 5, and 6 class results students. So you can just see here we are getting 5 and 6. Why aren't we getting 4? This is because there was no students who was studying in class 4. So that is why we aren't getting any student details from the class 4. So friends, this is all about the between function. Let us move back to the next operator, which is into our bucket. You can see here this is null. So friends, I hope the concept of null is quite clear to you. Null basically meant if there is a cell where there is no value which is present, so that is called as a null. So friends, let us say I'll insert two values here. I'll give them as null. I'll execute this particular query. This is the primary thing which we discussed. So I'll just change the name that is causing an issue. So I'll just execute this particular query. So you can see two rows inserted. I'll do a select star from details. So you can see both of these rows have been inserted. The operator which I was talking about is null. So friends, how does is null and what does is null mean? So null is basically, you can see there is no value present into the stream ID for these particular students. There's no value only. So this is termed as a null because if there is no value present, so it should be called something, and that is called as null. Let us say I want to get the details of all these students whose stream ID is equal to null. So how should be the query be looking like? So I'll just write a select star from details where stream ID is null. So when I'll be executing this particular query, you can just see I'm getting two rows. I'm getting all the rows in which stream ID is equal to null. I'm getting the desired result. Now friends, let us say I want to get the opposite of this particular result. The stream ID is not equal to null. So it should not be null. There should be a value which should be present into the stream ID column. So that is something like where stream ID is not null. I'll just execute this. So you can see onto your screen, I'm getting the details of all the students where stream ID is not equal to null. So friends, this is how the not null or is null function is working. Let's move to the next operator, which is in. Now, this is a very interesting function or operator, which is the in function. Now, why is this interesting? So this is a very easy way to write the or operator. Let us say I want to get the details of all the students who study in class, let's say class 1 to class 10. So how should we write this particular query? So I'll just write here select star from details, where so I want to get the details of all the students who are studying from into class 1 to class 10. So we could just solve this particular problem using the OR function. We'll just write it separately, where class is equal to 0 or class is equal to 1 or class is equal to 2. So similarly we'll be going on to write till class is equal to 10. So this is a very long piece of code, very, not a good practice to write such a long piece of code. So to solve this particular issue, we have this in operator. So the in operator is quite simple. So I'll just write a select star from details, where class in. So inside this in, we need to open the bracket. I hope this OR condition is quite clear, because any of these conditions should satisfy. So I want to get the details of all the students who are either in class 0, either in class 1, either in class 2, either in class 4, either in class 10. So I just want to get the details of all the students. So any of the conditions should be true, we'll be getting the result of the true condition. So here, coming back to in condition, so how this will work. So inside this in, whatever we are writing, that will act as the OR operator above, you can just see. So I'll just need to provide 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. So this is so simple. In just one line of code, we'll be getting all the details. So you can see I'm getting the details of all the students who are studying between class 1 to class 10. So this is how the in condition work. It solves the purpose of not applying the OR condition again and again, and we're just writing the in condition once, and that is how we're solving the purpose. Let us move to the next operator, which is present here, which is the distinct. Now friends, what is the distinct operator? Let us move back to the Excel. So the, from the distinct word, from the name, what is clear, like what does distinct mean? So distinct means basically the unique things which are present. So let's say we have this particular name, a name of all the students, and I want to know how many distinct names students are present into my class. So how do we get to know? Basically our ask is something like, I want to remove the duplicates from this particular column. So how should we go about this? So first of all, I would select this particular column. I'll go to data tab. You can see this remove duplicates. I'll select this. So it is saying me, throwing me a message that 13 duplicate values found and removed. Because I selected the entire column, I should just select this particular range. I'll again go to data tab, remove duplicates. I'll hit the OK button. So you can see it is throwing me a message that 4 duplicate values found and removed and 9 unique value remains. So I've got all the unique values which are present into the column which I had copied earlier. So I just wanted to get the unique values, the value only one time. So there might be the case the same name student will be present multiple times. As you can just see here, we have Robert, who is repeating multiple times into our data set. But when we remove the duplicates, you can just see Robert is only present one time. So this is the use of the distinct. So this is done using the distinct function into the SQL, the same operation. We just move the duplicates from the particular column. The same operation is done using the distinct function into the SQL. So I'll just go back to my screen, and the same thing I'll be doing here. I'll be writing the function. I'll just write here select star from details. And let's say I want to get the distinct student's name. So I'll just write here instead of star, I want to get the output of all the distinct student names. So I'll just write yes, distinct of student name. That's it. Let us execute this particular query. You can see I'm getting all the student name, the distinct student name. Mind you, this Robert and this particular Robert had two different students, because you can see extra is being added here. So these are not actually duplicates. These are two different unique things. So you can see we are using the distinct function to get the unique values from a particular column. This is how we have used the distinct function. Let us move back to the next operator which is present here, which is the average count. Okay, so what is average?
average can be termed something like, let's say I have values into a particular column. Let's say this is a marks column and I have the students. So these are, let's say, the student name S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. And let's say they have got some marks. The full marks of the paper was, I'll just insert any random value here. Full marks of the paper was 100. I would just insert some values, random values. There no meaning to these values, okay? So just assume this to be some dummy values which I've gathered here just for explanation purpose. What does average mean? So you can see I have 5 students. Let's say I want to get to know the average marks of this particular class of the 5 students. So how do we get to calculate the average? Average is nothing but the sum of the numbers and the number of entries which we are having. So it can be defined something like sum of entries divided by number of entries. That is the definition of the average. So you can just see here how many entries are we having. So let's say I want to calculate the average of the marks column. So first is this, so we require two things. The number one thing which we require is the sum of the entries. The next thing which we require is the number of entries. So the sum of the entries. So first of all, let us generate the sum of all of these entries which are present here. You can see I've got this sum and the number of entries which is present here. So you can just see there are 5 entries, 1 2 3 4 5 student marks are there. So I'll just write here as 5. And how do we calculate the average according to the above formula? So the average is something like the sum of the entries divided by the number of entries. You can see the average marks is 70.4. So friends, this is the average. Let us move to the next operator. Don't worry, I'll again be displaying this. How do we use this into the SQL Server Management Studio? Practically, let us get back a summary. Let us understand all of these different operators. How do they operate? The count function, let us see this. What does count mean into the Excel? Count is, from the name itself, is quite clear, the number of entries which are present. So number of entries which is present here is 5, so the count will be 5. The next thing which is present, next operator which we are talking about, is max, min and sum. So I'll just write here max, min and sum. The maximum value which is present among all of these entries. So we want to get that result. So I'll just write here max function. The same function is present into the Excel as well. So I'll just select the entire range. I'll enter the button. So you can just see the maximum marks is 84. Similarly, there is a min function which is present here. So min of marks, I'll just select the range. You can see the minimum marks which I'm getting here is 62. The last operator which is present here is the sum operator. So how does the sum operator work? So I'll just get the sum. I'll select the range for which I want to get the sum and let enter. You can see I'm getting the sum as 352. Now friends, let us do the same thing into the SQL. Let us make a new table and we'll do the same thing. I'll just copy part of the code so that I don't have to rewrite from the very beginning. So let us rename this as marks. So I have the student name. Yep. And I have marks. The code. Let us see. Okay, 5 rows affected. Great. So I'll just do a select from marks The first function here is, I'll just show you guys, which is the average. Let us say I want to get the average mark. So the function which is the average, avg, that's all. I'll just execute this particular query. The answer which I'm getting is 70. We got it here in terms of decimal places. We can get it there also. So we are getting here the answer is 70. So the answer is matching exactly. The next one is the count operator. As you can see here, the next one is the count. It will count the number of entries which is present. So instead of average, I'll write here as count. You can see I'm getting as 5. Here also we have got the count as 5. The next one is the max, the maximum marks which is present into the column. You can see the maximum marks is 84. Same is present here. The minimum marks is which is present. I'll just select this. The minimum marks is 62. The minimum marks is 62. As you can see, the last but not the least is the sum. Sum of marks, it should give the output as 352, as we can see into the Excel. So you can just see we are getting the answer as 352 here. So friends, this was all about the SQL operators. Let us move to the next concept into the SQL. Be many more operators also, but these are more than enough to solve any complex level problem into the SQL. Let us move to the next part, which is onto the wildcard. So what is exactly wildcard? I'll just show you guys, and this is also a very interesting thing. I'll be using this details table only, which we have created. I'll execute this. Let's say I want to get the details of all the students whose names start with Rob. R-O-B. I want to get the details of all the students whose name starts with R-O-B. So how do we get about this? So this is solved using the wildcard. So I'll just write here select star from details. I'll just write here where student name, and I'll write here like. So student name should be like. So whatever condition we have present, we need to mention this here. So student name should be starting with the word Rob. So it should be something like Rob, and anything which comes after the word Rob, I am not concerned. Anything could be there, but I just want to get the details of the name of the students whose name starts with Rob. I'm not concerned after Rob. Anything can come up. I'm not concerned with that. So whatever I told to put this part into the code, I need to replace this with a percentage sign, and that will tell the code that the word should start with something like ROB, and then after that anything, any number of characters comes up. I'm not concerned with it. I'm just concerned with the name should start with Rob. So this was the problem we started with that I want to get the output of all the students whose names start with Rob. So this is how I translated the language, the problem into the code. Let us execute this particular query. You can see I'm getting the details of all the students who are actually starting with ROB. Even if the student names are different, you could just see the last entry. It is having extra E into the name of the student, but we are getting the desired result. Now let's say I want to get the details of all the students whose name does not start with ROB. How do we go about it? It is very simple. Just we need to add here not like, and we just need to execute this particular query. You can see I'm getting the details of all the students whose name does not start with Rob. None of the student which is present here, the name is starting with ROB. So this is how we are solving that particular issue. Now coming back to this particular wildcard. So this was something that a string is starting with certain characters. There might be a case the string should end with a certain characters. So if I go back to this select star from details, so let's say I want to get all the details of the students whose name ends with ID. So I want to get the details of all the students whose name is ending with ID. So how do I translate this into the code? How do I translate this particular problem in terms of the code? So this should look something like, so the name should end with I and D. So this should be the ending part. What should be the starting part? Starting part could be anything. I'm not concerned with it. I'm not concerned how the name is starting or how many characters it is having. So it will be replaced with a percentage sign, but the last two characters or the the name should end with I and D. That is only I'm concerned with. So this is how I'll be writing this in terms of the code. I'll execute this particular but command. You can see I'm getting a student name as David who is coming up, and you can just see the name is actually ending with I and D. So this is how we are matching the patterns. You can just term this wildcard as matching patterns in the string thing. One more interesting part is we just saw that a string could start with anything, we are able to find it. A string can end with anything, we are able to find it. What if between the strings, I want to know that if the string between the strings, if these characters are present or not? How do we translate this into the code? Let us say I want to get the details of all the students name contains ENS consecutively. So irrespective of whatever their name is, the name should contain ENS, and this should be the pattern exactly. So how should we go about writing this particular thing? So first thing is the pattern is ENS. So what should be the ending part? So ending part could be anything, correct? I'm just concerned that the name should contain ES in consecutive way. So this is a percentage sign. Name can end in anything. So that is why a percentage sign. Similarly, the name can start with anything. So I'll just mention the percentage sign here. So how does this translate? This translate in something like the name can start with anything. Between the words, ENS should come in consecutive way, and the name can end in anything. So this is how I translated the code, the problem in terms of the SQL code. Let us execute this particular query. Let us see if we're getting any result. Now one more thing, we are only concerned that into the name of the student ES should be present in consecutive way into this particular fashion. So the name also, it can start with ENS, or the name also it can end with ENS. So I don't think so. There could be something like ES and some random alphabets. So you can just consider this to be a name of the student. Ideally, this is not a name, but I just wrote here to explain you something. So this particular condition will also be satisfied here because the name should can start with anything or E. Also, this particular condition also satisfies here because the name ends with ES, so the name can end with ENS. And this particular condition also satisfied because between the in this string we can see ENS is present here. So all of these three conditions will come up into the output of this particular result. So I'll just execute this particular query. I hope this is pretty much clear. So you can just see here into all of these names, you can just see in Jessica ENS is present between the string. It is not present into the extreme ends. Likewise here you can see ES is present into the end part of the string, the point which I was discussing before. So we'll be getting this particular condition. So this is how the wildcard actually it works. So you can get any pattern matching. So if you want to match any pattern, let's say something starts with a particular word, some you want to grab all the details, just use this wildcard function here and you will be sorted. Now friends, moving to the another thing, which is, let's say I have 100 rows into my data set, but I'm just concerned with getting the top 3 entries from my dataset. So you can see from the marks table which we had created. I'll just replace this with star. So I'll just do a select star from marks. You can see here I'm getting the select star from marks. Let's say from this 5 student marks, I just want to filter out the marks of this, the top 2 scorer marks. How do we go about this? So one way could be, get the first marks and get the second marks. And there is this union function. We'll be learning this later, but union function, in summary, if I just want to summarize this, is you can just join 2 results in a vertical way. So if the number of columns are same, the design is same, the pattern is same, like in the first column we should have student name, into the second column we have marks, so we can join them vertically, and this could solve our problem. But let's say here we're just want to get the top 2 marks. What if we want to get the top 100 marks? Let's say we have 1,000 set of students and I want to get top 100 marks students. So that would be a very not a good process. So to replace this, we sort our results in some way. So I think in MySQL we have this limit function, but there is a limitation in MySQL server. Limit does not work, so that's why we use the top function. It works in the same way, just the syntax has changed. Friends, from this particular marks table, you can see I want to get the top 3 marks or top 2 marks, whichever the student details and their marks which have been scored, the top 3 scorer from this particular class. So we will get this particular information, we'll be sorting this particular information, they'll be getting this particular information using the top function. There's this limit function which is similarly, it works in the MySQL. Let's see what is the syntax of getting the top 3 scorer marks. So I'll just write here select top 3. So let's say I want to get the top 3 scorers, so I'll just write here top 3 star from marks. So I'll just execute this particular query. Let us see what is the result. So you can see the result which I'm getting is quite wrong. From the result only we can just see, because the top marks is only 84, so we should have got into the output, we should have got 84, 77 and then 65, but the result which we are getting is 64, 65 and 62. So are we doing the things rightly? The answer is no. So here comes the another function which is the order by clause. So let's say what will the output of this particular the query. So what will be the output? So the output of this particular query will be something like, so let's say the data is present here into the Excel. So we are telling into our code that select top 3 star from marks. So it will do nothing, it will just select the top 3 rows, and that is exactly the output which we are getting. So you can just verify 64, 65 and 62. That is exactly what we are getting into our output. So this should not exactly how the query should work. The query should work something like, first of all, from this entire data set, the data set should be arranged in terms of marks. So I'll just write this sort A to Z, or I would just go here sort largest to smallest. So you can just see here, first of all, what should be have been done is the data set from here, it should be transformed to this, where the data set is aligned in terms of a descending order of the marks. So the highest marks should be into the topmost row. After this has been done, the another transformation should be done is we want to get the top 3 marks. So the top 3 entries will be selected and pasted. So you are getting the top 3 entries or the top 3 marks. So all of these transformations should be happening into our dataset. How do I formulate this into the code? So friends, right now what is happening is totally wrong. So what I helped you understand into the Excel sheet was like, the first of all, our data set is like this. somehow it should get transformed into this, and then and only after this has been transformed, it is just a matter of fact for fetching the first three rows, like how it is doing right now. Is it is just fetching these first three rows and it is pasting. So before copying the first three rows and pasting it into the output, this operation should happen in between. So we'll need to write some part of the code so that this operation happens, and then it is just a matter of fact that the first this query will run and will be getting our desired result. So the additional part of the code which we should write is something like, we have our data set ready. We need to, first of all, you will just see what I did is I sorted the data set in terms of the marks in the descending order. So what we should do here is I'll add another entry here which is something like order by. So into what column, onto what column basis do you want me to order by? I want to order by onto the basis of the score column. Now friends, let us execute this particular query. Let's see what is the output which we are getting. So you can see the output which I'm getting is something like 64, 60, 62, 64 and 65. Let us do one thing. I'll copy this and I will paste this here. So this is the output which I'm getting currently from my code. Now if you would just see this, so what I did is I'll just copy this. So this is my data set. Don't get confused from the different outputs which I'm having right now. Just follow with me into this particular video. So this is the data set which I'm having right now. Let us say I am just doing this into the ascending order. So I'll just select this. I will put as, you can see I have sorted this in terms of ascending order: 64, 60, 62, 64, 65, 77, 84. So this is sorted in ascending order. What if I want to get the top three results from here? So I'll just copy this and paste this here. So do you find any similarities between both of these results? Yes, you can find the similarity. So what is happening right now is it is getting in sorted in terms of ascending order of the score column. We need to do in the opposite way. We need to sort this in terms of descending order. So what is the additional thing we need to write here? So the additional thing which we need to write here is DESC, and that's all. It will be sorted in terms of descending order. So the output, the internal operation, what will happen will be something like, we have our dump here, we have our table here. This will be sorted in terms of, descending order likewise, and the output, final output which we'll be getting is kind of this. So let us execute our query finally and let us see if we are getting the correct result or not. So you can see we are getting the correct result. We are getting the result in which the score has been sorted in terms of the descending order. So friends, this is how we have solved this particular problem where we needed to sort the results in terms of descending order. So I hope this particular sorting thing is quite clear now. Let us move to the next section, which is present here. So I hope the wildcard and the sorting part is now clear. Wildcard is clear, the sorting is clear, limit and top function which we have seen. Next is the important part, the most important part. Don't miss this particular part, because here I'll be discussing all the functions present into the SQL which is necessary for you to solve any complex level of problem. I've discussed all these functions which are present into the SQL. Just go through this particular part of this particular video. Don't skip any of the part, because you might be losing on information, and if you're losing on information you won't be able to solve problems, because this function helps us to solve a particular problem much more easier way, rather writing a particular part of the code. So if we know a function, we can just do it very quickly. So I'm starting this particular series of function in SQL. First, I'll be discussing the string functions. So the very first function which I'm having here is the char underscore length. So what does this function do? So friends, let us say into my SQL Server, I'll just go here, or into the Excel. I'll just go here and I want to know the length of, or the number of characters which is present or the number of characters from which the name of all the students are made up of. So let's say James is there, so how many characters are present into the name of James? So I can just see James. So there are a total number of 5 characters which are present into the name of James. Similarly, Robert, how many characters are present? So you can see here Robert. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 characters are present. So this is solved using the character underscore length function into the SQL. Let us see how do we do this. So for this, I'll be using the details table earlier, which we have created. Let us go to the select star from details. Let us execute this. So I have got the student underscore name column here. I'll just write here student underscore name. Select student underscore name from details. So you can see I'm getting all the students name. Let us say into the next column, I want to get the length of the student's name, similarly to what I was doing into the Excel. So in Excel also we have this len function through which I can get the length of the string which is present here. So a similar thing is solved using the character underscore length function. Let's execute this particular query. Okay, so it is saying that char underscore length is not a recognized built-in function. So what does this mean? So I've just done this intentionally, and this is because you might be seeing that, let's say there are various other DBMS which is present right now, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, I'm using SSMS. What happens is, this is the point which I brought out earlier, that the logic would be the same, but the syntax or the functions which is present into all of these different DBMS would differ. Right now you can see this char underscore length might work in MySQL, let's say, but it is not working right now in the SSMS. So there is a workaround for this. There will be a different function which will be doing the same thing, but here is the catch. So the function, the thing which we are doing is correct, the logic which we are applying is correct, but the using the correct function which should be applied here and complies by the rule of SSMS. So what is the function? The function here which satisfies into the SSMS to get the length of the character. So is it length? Let us just check. So if length works or not, I'll just remove these characters. I'll just execute this particular code. You can see length is also not a recognized built-in function name. So this is not also working. So what actually works in SSMS is len. That's all works. So I'll just execute this particular command, so you can just see that we are getting the student names and the number of characters which are present into all of these different names. One more thing, into the output you can just see this particular column, it is named as student underscore name, while this particular column, it has no column name. So can we give the column name in SQL? Do we have that particular provision? So definitely yes, we can give the column name, and that can be given by, it's very simple, we just need to write here as, and after as you can just mention the column name. So it will be length. Let's say I want to give length of name. So the column names which you are giving, there should not be any space between the column names. So if, let's say, I'll just remove this underscore, I'll put a space, it will throw me a error, it will telling me a syntax error which is present. So instead of the space, replace those spaces with underscore, and you will be able to solve your problem. I'll execute this command, and you can see the column name has changed from no column name to length underscore name. So this is how we have solved this particular problem of getting the student name, so getting the student character length. So friends, the first two functions is quite clear, I hope. So both of these does the same thing. It's just that the character length, it will provide the number of characters, while in terms of the length, into the output you will be getting the number of bytes which is present into the character. Coming to the third function, which is the character index. Now basically, what does this character index function, it gives into the output? So friends, you can just see here, we have all of these different students name which is present. I'll use a different example. I'll use my name for displaying this particular function. So I'll just write here select, and what's the function name? It is character index. So you can just see I'm getting a help from SSMS that okay, there is a function which is present as char index. Do you want to use this? Yes, I want to use this. So generally we don't remember functions. I mean, if we are using it very vigorously, so generally, I mean, daily if we are using it, so we'll be remembering all of these different functions. So but in, let's say you are not remembering this particular function, so even if you type few characters of that particular function, SSMS will give you the option to select from the drop down. You can just see I've just got the particular option. So character index, so I'll just write here into a string, I'll write my name. Okay, and what does this particular function it do? Don't, so you'll be telling me don't write your name, just explain me the function characteristic. So character index, basically, let's say I want to know what is the index of this particular row, like which is the character index onto what is the index on which this particular O is present into this particular string. By index I mean, let's say this is the complete string which I'm having currently. So this particular A, the index of this A is 1, index of S is equal to 2, H is equal to 3, likewise U 4, T is 5, O is equal to 6, S is equal to 7, and H is equal to 8. So this is meant by the index. So let us say A S H U T O S H. So this is my name. So the index would be something like, let us assume that the complete index, the complete string is of my name. So the index would be something like A would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this will be the index. So let us say I want to know what is the index of this O. So under what index O is there into this particular string. So it is very much simple, and this is the output which we receive through this character index. So I want to know the index of this particular O. So I'll just mention in between quotes. So let us execute this particular query. What do you think? What should be output of this particular function? You can see it is giving me a 6. So let us see if O was present at 6 or not. So yes, O was present in 6. So this is exactly the same result which we got. So this is the use. This is how do we use the character index function. Now we'll say me Ashutosh that let us say your name is Ashutosh Kumar. Okay, to avoid confusion, I'll write in caps. Correct. And it will be like KUMAR. So the character would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Correct. And a similar thing, I'll just write this here. So I'll just write my last name also. Okay. And let's say I want to get the now the character index of this M. So instead of O, I now want to get the character index of this particular M character. So I've replaced O with M. Let us execute this particular query. What do you think? What should be the result? Let us go back to the Excel. So M is equal to 11. So we should be getting 11. Let's see if we're getting 11 or not. So I'll just execute this particular command. You can see I'm getting 12. So is our logic somewhere wrong, or is there any logic mistake in that? Definitely not. And why? Because these, you can see the space which is present here. This space is also counted as a particular character, and this has a character index actually. So that is why you can just see H was equal to 8. So this space becomes 9, K becomes 10, U becomes 11, and M becomes 12. So the space also has a index number attached to it. So ideally between this there should be a row that has a space, and this should be 9. And while all of these, this would be changed respectively. Now you can see m is equal to 12, and that is exactly the result which we got. So friends, this was all about the character index function.
This is very interesting function. Why? I'll just show you. I'll just open my Excel. I'll open a new tab. Let us say I have a column where I have a student first name. Into the next column, let's say I have the student's second name, and to the third column I have the student's last name. So friends, let's say the first name, I'll just put any dummy characters here, the second name and the last name. So let us assume there is an entry like this, and we'll just take one more entry. First name F2, second name S2, the last name is L2. So friends, let's say I want to get the student name such as F1, S1 and L1 into the column number as T. Now I'll just take some real names so that it does not confuse you guys. So I'll just take here Ram Kumar Singh. Okay. So, and what is output I want? Output I want is something like the full name of the student here. So into the column D, I have the full name of the student. So this is the output which I want. You can just imagine right now I'm having just 3 columns in which values are present, but into real scenarios, this will not be as simple as it is looking out here. We'll be having multiple columns in which values will be filled. Let's say it will be 99 columns, 100 columns. Let's say you're solving a problem and you need to join all of those 99 or 100 columns. So how tedious it is, how manually impossible it is to do if you are going to just pick each and every cell value and put it into the cell, the last cell. So friends, this is solved using the concat function. You can just see the concat function is also available into the Excel as well. So it's quite simple. You need to do a concat and just select the cells for on which you need to concat. That will be generated. So I think it is concatenate in Excel. You can see all of these values are now concatenated. All of these different first name, second name, and the last name are concatenated. In other terms, they are joined in sequentially, and then they are presented into the result section. So you can just see, and you can just question, Ashutosh, I can find a space in between the characters. So how do I give this space? So giving space is quite simple. So let's say A4. So what is A4? In A4 we have the first name. So after first name I want to give space. So to give space I need to open the quotes, and in between the quotes I'll be providing a space. Similarly after B4 I want to give a space. So I'll just put another character, and the character would be a space. So it, you can just think of it something like you're joining one character to the other character. So space is also a string character. You're just joining the space character with the previous word or the last word. I'll hit enter. You can just see the space was generated. Let's say I wanted to give comma instead of space. So here uh, in space I can just give comma, and you can see the name has been generated. Friends, this is how we are solving this particular problem, and the same problem we could see into the SQL Server Management Studio also. So I'll just show you guys how this concat function works. So I'll just write here select concat, and here I'll be writing all the characters which I want to concat. So just write it as it is. Let us execute this. connect this out, and you can see into the output this the result has been generated, but I want space between all of these words. So to give the space, I'll do the same thing what I did into the Excel. I'll provide string codes, and in between the string codes I'll be providing space. That's it. Let us execute the query once more, and you can see the space has been provided. Let us say I want to give comma instead of space, so I'll just do this. I'll execute this command. You can see the comma has been provided instead of the space. So friends, this is how the concat function is working. Now, these I've just provided names here directly. Let's say these values are present into the column. So in that case, you just need to provide the column names. I'll just show you guys an example like this where the value is and you might so I'm supposed to the same last name. So I think and so I'll execute this query. Okay, one row affected. It is saying I'll do a select star from names. That's it. Let us execute the query. You can see I'm getting the select star from names. I'm getting all the result, the desired result. Now into the fourth column, let's say I want to generate a full name, and in that I want to get the full name of the student. So I'll use the concat function for that. And concat, I want to concat first name. So here you need to provide the column name which you want to concat. So first name, second name, and last name you are concatenating. Let us execute this. A new column will be generated for this. As you can see, a new column has been generated. Let us rename this column. So to rename the column, you can just write it like full name, or you can add as full name. You can see I wanted the space between all of these names, so I'll just give normal space characters as well. That's it. I think this will work and this will serve our purpose. So you can see here I'm getting a new column as full name, and in the new column I'm generating the name of the student. So I hope the concat function is quite clear. It is a very important function when we deal with the string function into the SQL. So to practice this a lot, let's move to the next function, the left and right function. So friends, what is the left and right function? Let us go back to the Excel. First of all, we'll understand this in Excel, and then we'll move to the SQL Server Management Studio. Now, what is the left function? From the name itself, it is quite clear that it sounds something as if we'll be dealing something from the left side, and from the right function it similarly it sounds something like we'll be dealing something from the right side. So friends, let's say into this particular name I want to get the first two characters from this particular name. So how do I go about doing this? We can solve this problem with the help of the left function. So left function, you just do it, choose the function, and write the number of characters which you want to choose from the left hand side. So the number of characters which I want to choose from the left hand side, let's say, are the first two characters of the name. So I'll just hit enter, and you can see the first two characters have been chosen. Similarly, let's say I want to grab the last character of the this particular name. So to do this, I'll just write here write, and I'll choose the text from which I want to grab the last character. And to grab the last character, that means that I just want to grab the last character, that is the 1th character from the right hand side. And I'll hit enter, and you can see I have grabbed the last character, which is RA, which is M into the first name. So friends, this is actually the use of the left and right function. Let us move back to the SSMS and do the similar thing into the SSMS as well. So I've created a table name as names. I'll just get that into my output, and I'll do the same thing. I'll execute the same thing here as well. and you'll get an idea how all of these are working. So I'll do a select, and let's say I want to grab the first two characters from the first name. So from the first name column, I want to grab the first two characters. So I'll just do a left function, the column in which the first name character is present, and the number of characters which I want to grab from the left hand side, that is 2. And from name, so let us see if this works or not. Let us execute this particular query, and you can see it works. So we can just rename this column as first two characters. And similarly, let us grab the last character from the name using the write function here. So I'll just write here write and first name comma 1, because I want to grab the last character. I'll just execute this particular command. Let us see what is the output which we are getting. You can see I'm getting the right output, and this is the last character. So these are some of the good coding practices which we should follow whenever we are making a new column. Better give a name to it so that when we are using it later, we can just use the column name. So it is good to follow good coding practices while you are writing the codes. I'll just execute this particular query, and you can see we are getting the desired result. Let us move to the next function here, which is the replace function. So friends, let us say into the name here itself, I want to replace a certain character with a particular some set of different characters itself. Let us say into this particular name, I want to replace with mu. For a matter of fact, let us say I want to do this. So how do I do this? I'll do this using the replace function. So first of all, I'll just show this into the Excel. So first of all, I'll select the old text and the starting number from which I want to change the character. So I want to replace with mu. So I need to say to my code that this is present at this particular location. So I want to grab that location. So k starts with 1. So what is the character index of k? The character index of k is 1. Similarly, the character index of u is 2. So I'll write here 2, because start from the 2th character, and then it is saying the number of characters which you want to replace. So I just want to replace after 2, I want to replace 2 characters, and the new text with which you want to replace. So the new text with which I want to replace is mu. So I'll just write this. I'll just mention this here. I'll hit enter, and you can see into the result I have got the desired result. You can see the mu which was present here. It has been replaced with, sorry, the which was present here, that has been replaced with mu. So friends, all this we have achieved using the replace function. Now please don't get confused that we can just replace the same number of characters. So let's say in there are 2 characters which I had to replace. So these 2 characters are replaced by another 2 set of characters, which is mu. It is not necessary. You can just replace with as many characters as we want to. Like, I'll just put a replace function, the old text, the starting number is 2, the number of characters, let's say I want to replace is 2 and m, so I'll just say 2, and the new text with which I want to replace, so I'll just can put any number of characters here, and I'll hit enter, and you can see that is being replaced with such a large character. So the size doesn't matter here, you can just replace as many as character you want to. That is the funda. So you can just see I've replaced with this large set of strings. So friends, I hope this is pretty much clear. Let's move to the SQL Server Management Studio, and let's perform the same thing. there's a small difference into the syntax of the function of the place on how we are writing it in Excel and how we are performing the same thing into the SQL. So in SQL, you just need to provide the column name in which the values are present, and into the next entry, you will need to provide the string which you want to replace. So I want to replace the string which is the string with which you want to replace this particular character. So I want to replace it with mu. That's it. I'll execute this command, and you can see I'll just present the old string also. So the old string was second name. Let us execute this particular command, and you can see the older version was kumar, and we have replaced with mu with the help of the replace function. The syntax you can see right here onto your screen, and this has been served with the help of the replace function. Let us see if we can replace the same number of characters, or we can replace as many as characters which we want to replace it with. So I'll execute this command as well, and you can see here I have replaced with this particular long string. This is all about the replace function. Let us move to the next function which is present here. I'm just going slow. I'm just covering all the different concepts. So if you're feeling like I'm going to too much depth, you can just watch this at a speed of 1.5x. But the intention is to cover these concepts into a lot of more detail so that you do not face any problem into the interviews. You're just learning all these concepts on the go. You don't need to watch, or you don't need to revisit the concepts again and again. One time you've seen, you are done, and you can just start solving the problems which I've solved into my hacker rank problem playlist or the lead code problem playlist. You can also start solving the interview questions which I generally post as videos, so you can just go and start solving all those problems after you have completed this particular video. So friends, let's move to the next function, which is the reverse function. The reverse function, I'll just do with the last name this time. So I'll just write here reverse, and I'll just select the last name from names. That's it. Let us execute this particular code. Let us see if we are getting any output or not. So yes, we have got an output, and you can see the string has been reversed. So this has been achieved through the reverse function. Now you can question me, there are so many functions. Do we really use this into the real case scenario when we are solving the real case problem? So the answer is yes, we use this extensively, and this depends on the type of the problem which we are solving. Substring or substr function. So what is the use of the substring function? Let's say from a particular the string, you want to grab a certain set of characters from the string. It can be either from the beginning or from the ending part, or from the middle of the string. You want to grab a certain set of characters. So this particular thing is achieved with the help of the substring function. So we just saw, using the left function, using the right function, we were grabbing the first set of characters from the left hand side, and using the right function, we were grabbing the last set of characters from the right hand side. But using the substring function, this is a kind of versatile thing. You can just grab any set of characters in between the string also, or from the left hand side, right hand side as well. So let us see the syntax, how is this achieved. So I'll just write here select substring. Let us give the second name column, and for a matter of fact, let us assume that I want to grab the first three characters. So I'll just write here the first, like from which character index do you want to grab the characters. So I want to grab the characters from the very first index. So I'll just write here one, and the number of characters which you want to grab. So let's say I want to grab three characters. That's it. And I'll just rename this as first three characters from names. That's it. Select the column. Let us execute this particular query. You can see I did the same thing using the left function as well. So I'll just use the left function, left of second name, comma, 3. So this is using the left function. I don't think we give the starting characters because it is believed that the left function will start from the left itself. So you can just see the left function as well as the substring function. It is giving the same set of results. We're trying to do the similar thing, which is grabbing the first 3 characters. But let us say I want to grab the from the second name, which is Kumar, I want to grab MA. So how do I go about this? How do I go about solving this with the help of the left function? And here is the catch. We cannot do this thing with the help of the left function, and here substring function will help us to do this. So from the substring, let us say I am doing it onto the second name column, which is correct, and I want to grab the character MA. So M starts with, you can just see K is 1, U is 2, so I'm just counting the character index, and M is equal to 3. So M starts with 3, and number of characters which you want after M. So the number of characters which I want after M is equal to 2, because M is equal to 3 and A is equal to 4 and R is equal to 5. But the number of characters after 3 I want is, after the character which is present at character index 3 is 2. Let us execute this particular query here, and you can see our logic is successful. What we were trying to achieve, we have achieved using the substring function. I hope this is pretty much clear. You can grab any set of characters in between the string, as well as from the left part of the string as well. And if you're just wondering how we can use the substring function similarly to how right function was working, let's say I want to grab the last 2 characters from the string. So how do I go about that? Now this particular string is quite small. Let's say I have a string which is too big. It has 100 of characters, and I want to grab the last 2 characters from the string and not using the right function. So just think about this, how we'll be solving this particular problem with the help of the substring function. Whatever I have covered into this particular video is enough to solve that problem. So the thing which I'm talking about is, I'll just help you understand. Let's say my string is this big, and I want to grab the last 2 characters from this string using the, let's say first of all we'll use the right function here. So let us see how we can do this using the right function. I'll just write here select right of this, and the number of characters which we want is 2. So this will give into the output as AR. Similar thing I want to achieve using the substring function. This string was a small, Kumar, it was a small string, so that is why we just counted 1, 2, 3. But let's say the string is quite big, as you can see into my screen, and I'll just add any number of characters. So we cannot just start counting. This is not actually the process, not good coding practice, that you just start counting the number of characters from which you want to grab. So let's say if I want to grab the last 2 characters using the substring function, so I'll just start counting. K is 1, G is 2, R is equal to 3, B is 4. So I'm counting the character index value. This is the wrong way of solving the problem. So how do I go about solving this particular problem here? So you can just comment down your approach, and different people can come up with different type of solutions. The most easiest solution which I can just think of right now is, I'll just use the reverse function which we have just discussed a little back, and I'll just put this, and instead of right I'll use the left function to do the same thing. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So you can see I am getting the last 2 characters, which was Y and E. You can just see into the output I'm getting E and Y. So what I'll do is I'll again reverse the output which I'm getting.
So I'll just do this reverse, and let's execute this code once again, and you can see I'm getting the right output this time. The last character is YE and I'm getting YE. I hope you're enjoying into this particular video. You can just see how I'm using the different type of functions to solve this complex level of problems. You can just comment down your answer below to the comment box how you can solve particular problem using this substring function here. Let us move to the next function which is present here, which is the trim. Now, the trim function is one of the most used function when it comes to the data cleaning part. What exactly trim does? I'll just show you guys. The trim is nothing but, let's say, the number of characters which is present here is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's say there are some space present here. So if I would just get a length, so number of, let us say I just want to count the number of length of characters which is present into this particular string. So I'll use the length function here and I'll hit enter. You can see it is giving me 7. Now this is weird. The number of characters present into this string is 5, but into the output I'm getting a 7. This sounds weird, but it is actually not, because you can just see I added 2 strings here. So all of those strings are now counted as a character value, and that is why we are getting the number of characters as 7. So friends, in real scenarios, we'll be facing these problems. And let's say I want to grab the first 2 characters from this particular string. So ideally the output which I should be getting is A and R. But let us see, let us use the right function to do the same thing. So I'll just write here right and 2. You can just see I'm into the output, I'm not getting anything, and this is all because the last 2 characters are a space bar, a space which is present here. So this particular problem is solved using the trim function. So let's see how do we use the trim function. So I'll just use the trim function here, and I'll put this particular string inside the trim function. I'll hit enter, and you can see I'm getting the correct result this time. Now what exactly trim did? Trim actually all the space characters which were present after that string were removed, and then we got exactly the same set of characters which you are seeing right now, which is KMUAR. So there are no strings, there are no space which is present here after you have trimmed a particular string. There will be no space characters which will be present after the word. So similarly, let's say I had space characters before the string, and you can see the number of characters now have increased up to 11, while you can just see into this string we can just see 5 characters. And instead of, let's say, the right function, I use the left function to grab the first 2 characters from this string, and you can see I'm getting nothing into my output. While you're seeing nothing, actually output which is getting present here is a space bar which nobody can see ideally. So this is the output which we are getting here. So how do I solve this particular problem? I want to get the first 2 characters from the left hand side, which is K and M. So here also I'll use the trim function to first of all trim this particular string, and then grab the first 2 characters from the left hand side. As you can see onto your screen, I have used the trim function and I have grabbed the first 2 characters from the left hand side. So friends, this is all about the trim function. For the string also and after the string also, if any space character is present, it will remove it and it will give you the desired result. A similar thing which is present into the SQL as well. I'll do one thing. I'll add string characters here to the second name. I will just make this table once again. One row affected. I'll do a select star from names.
Okay, you can still see I'm getting space characters here. Let us do the same thing. So I'll do a left of second name, and I want to grab two characters from the left hand side. Similarly, I'll do a right of second name. I'll grab two characters from the right hand side from names. That's it. I'll just execute this command. What is the output which we'll be getting? Can you just imagine? So you can see I'm getting into the output nothing. Actually, the result which you can see onto your screen contains space characters, and that is what we are not seeing right now. So let us use the trim function to do or to remove the space characters. So I'll just use trim here also, and I'll execute the function. You can see we am getting the desired result or the exact result which I wanted. I'm getting the last two characters and the first two characters here present, which is the upper and lower. Now, before that, there are two different trim function. I'll cover it right now because we just have covered the trim function. So L trim and R trim. You can just think of from common sense what does L trim means. So L stands for left. So this is a function which simply tells that what trim function does is it will remove all the space characters from the left hand side of the string and also from the right hand side of the string, as you could see onto your screen as well. But we have this special function which is L trim and R trim. So L stands for left, so left side trim, which means that it will remove all the space characters from the left hand side of the string, and R trim means it will remove all the space characters from the right hand side of the string. So this is used in this way. Let's see how do we use this in here. So into this particular second name, you can see some space characters were present earlier. I'll do one thing. I'll do a R trim right now. I'll not remove the left hand side characters here for this purpose because I just want to show you how this function is working. And here I'll do a L trim and I'm grabbing characters from the right hand side. So what do you think into the output? What will be shown? According to me, the output into the output, it will all be blank. What do you think of what it will show? I'll just execute this particular command. You can see into the output we are getting nothing. So instead of R trim, I'll do L trim and I'll grab first two characters from the left hand side. And here also instead of L trim, I'll do a R trim and I'll grab first two characters from the right hand side. Now you can see into the result, we are getting the exact result which we wanted. We are getting the first two characters and we are also getting the last two characters from the string. Let us move to the next set of problems, next set of functions, which is the upper function and the I think I've written trim twice. I'll just remove this, no worries. The upper function and the lower function. Okay, just see into the Excel first of all. You can see into the full name of this string. The first character is written in uppercase. Uppercase, it means that it is written in capital letters, and the other characters are written in small letters. Let us say I want to completely change this string to a lowercase characters string. So I'll just write here lower. I'll select the string, and you can see all these characters have changed to lowercase. Similarly, let us say I want to change this character into the uppercase. So I'll just select right here upper and select the string, and you can see all these characters have changed to uppercase. Similarly, let us see into the Excel as well. I'll do a select star from names. And I'll do a same thing here. I'll do a select star from names. Let us do one thing. Let us concat. Is there a concatenate function here that I've used? I'll remove the space. Let us create the table once again.
Okay, we have this concat function ready. I'll utilize this only. So as full name, we have got so in this full name, don't worry, whatever I'm doing right now, I'll just make you understand what I'm doing at a later stage. This is something as a kind of a substring. I'm putting the result into a substring, and I'll use the result of this particular, the string, or this particular query as my source, and then I'll be working on to that. So I'll just write here, select star from this. Don't worry, I'll just help you explain everything at a later stage. Uh, right now, our intention is to learn the left, upper, and the lower function. So let us say I want to make everything as upper. So I'll just write here upper of full name, really lower of full name. So let us change the name of the columns. That's it. Let us execute the query. And you can see into the output we are getting the exactly the same result what we were trying to achieve, which we saw into the Excel as well. All the characters have become the uppercase, all the characters have become the lowercase into the third column. So friends, this is the use of the upper and the lower function. Let us move to the next function, which is concat underscore ws. Now you just saw that concat is used to join multiple strings into the SQL. What is exactly the use of the concat ws? What actually is the limitation in concat function? So there's no kind of limitation, but in concat you can just see I have to provide everything in a sequence kind of thing, like first name and then the space character, the second name and then the space character and the last name. In concat ws, we can join multiple strings, whatever we want to join them. And in between all these strings, we can provide, let's say, if I want to provide a space character, I can just do or give that. Let us say I just want to provide, the comma between all of these names, I can just give that. So I'll just write the syntax, and that will help you understand what exactly concat ws does. So I'll just write here, select concat ws. For matter of fact, let us assume that all of these names would contain a space. I'll copy the first name, I'll copy the second name, I'll copy the last name from here as well. From names. Let us execute the query. You can see I'm achieving the same result what I achieved using the concat function. I'm achieving the same result using the concat underscore ws function here as well. Try to show you. I'll copy this, paste this, and let us execute the code. So you can see in both of my result, the output is same. The output is exactly same. But difference comes when you're using it. So you're giving multiple times, you will have to give space. But here in concat underscore ws, just give a space and then you are just sorted out. You just give all the column names which you want to give. Let's say into this set I want to put a comma in between the names, and I'll just select the query. I'll execute this. You can just see in between the names we are getting the comma. So friends, this is the use of the concat underscore ws function into the SQL, and this is how we use this. Let us move to the next function which is present here, which is the difference function, and I assume this is the last function into the string function section. String function actually contains a lot of different functions, so you need to spend a lot of time here understanding different things, understanding different concepts. I think this contains more than any other kind of data type function. So the difference function, do we use this normally into the real case scenarios? Generally not, but I'll just help you explain what it actually does. So let us say I'm using the difference function. I have two strings and I'll just execute this code. You can see it is giving me answer as 4. Just think of like we are entering the string values, but into the output we are getting a integer value or a number. How is this even happening? So what difference function it does is, so whatever strings which you will be providing into the difference function, it will just match like how close these two strings are to each other in terms of the sound effect. So when we just spell juice and juicy, you can just see sound is quite similar, and this is ranged onto the basis of 0 to 4. So 0 means those two words or those set of words are not like closely related, while 4 means that the set of words which you're providing is sounding exactly the same or closely it is sounding the same, which is actually you can just think of the juice and juicy, it is sounding exactly the same. So these two set of words are closely related to each other. Instead of juice, let's say I'm giving my name. What do you think? What should be the output? You can see the output comes as 2. Okay, the answer comes as 2. Ideally, we don't use this function. Uh, I haven't used this function even a single time, but I just wanted to display this out because we are just learning the string function, and this is the use. This is all about the difference function as well. Let us move to the next section of the functions. So there are various kind of date type functions. As you know, date and time is a in itself is a data type which is present into the SQL, because we will be needing to require to store data in form of dates, in form of time, and that is a very critical information for any particular company. So we will be using different date time functions. Let us see one by one how do we use this. Now one very interesting function which is present here is, let us say I want to get the current date and time. So how do I get that? So it's a very simple function which is select get date, and it will into the output it will give the current date and time which is going on right now. So friends, you can see the next function which is here is the cast function. I will come to this later. First of all, we'll just discuss this year, month and day function. From the name itself, it is quite clear that it will give the day from the date. So into the day function, I'm passing the argument as the get date. So you can see the day today is 1, and also get the get date here. I've got the day, I'll get the month from this as well, and I'll also get the year from the get date. Let us execute this particular function. Before that, let us execute this particular query, and into the output you can see I'm getting the current date and timestamp with timestamp and the current day from that particular timestamp, month, and the year end, which is coming out exactly correct. So from a particular date, let us say we want to grab the year, or from the month or the month value. So we can use this particular functions, which is the month, the year function, or the day function as well to grab the date. So friends, this is the use of the get date function. We saw a lot of different things like how we are getting the get date function, how are we grabbing the day from the get date. The next function which is here is the cast function. Now, what does the cast function do? Cast function generally changes from a particular data type to a different data type. Let us say I have a date column whose data type is the string data type or the wildcard data type. So when I am going to apply all of these different functions which is relevant to the date type, it will not be useful there. In that case, we need to change the data type of the column, the varchar data type, to date time or date data type, and then all of these functions will happen. So let us see. Let's do one thing. I will cast. So you can change any value to any other data type. So let us say I want to change integer value
or a decimal value as, and let us execute this code, and you can see this is successful. So I have given in terms of decimal number, but actually this has got converted in terms of varchar data type here. And this was all about the cast function. Let us move back to a slide. And the next function, we have seen the year, month, day, cast. The next is the time, which is quite relevant, that we can get the time from the a particular date type column. So I'll just select here time, get date. That's it. Let us execute the code. You can just see it is throwing me error that time is not a recognized built-in function name. And this I've done this intentionally to make you aware that if there is a year, day, or a month function, need not necessarily there will be a time function. So we need to get a turnaround for this. So how should we go about solving this? So just saw using the cast function, we can convert a particular data type to a different data type. So this get date is in a date time kind of data type. Let us convert this into a time data type and get the result. So I'll be using the cast function here. So I'm saying I'm passing the argument that whatever date time is coming in get date, change that to a time data type. That's it. Let us execute the query. And here we are using the time function, as you can see. So I'm just telling my code that generate the get date from the get date function, just get the date and the time and extract the time and then display the result. And you can see onto my screen into the output, I'm getting the time stamp from the particular date. So friends, this was the use of the time function. Let us move to the next, which is the date add, date diff, and the date part. Now these three functions are one of my favorites because we use them a lot of many times when we are working on the SQL, when we are solving real life problems. The date part is a very versatile function. You can just Google it out. I'll just show you guys a brief of what date part does. So you could just see from the year function which we use, we can just grab the year from any particular date. We can do this using the date part function as well. A lot of different functionalities. So let's just say if I want to grab the year from a particular date, so I'll just write here year and then I'll just write the date here. I'll close the bracket and into the output will be getting the year from the date. So you can see I've got the year. Similarly, I can just get the month as well. So you can see I'm getting the month as well. And this was the use of the date part function. Let us move to the next function, which is the date add. So from the name, only it is quite clear that you are adding something to the date which you are passing. So you can add years, you can add months, you can even add days to a particular date. So let us see how we are using this particular function. And index for date add will look something like, so I'll just write here, select date add, I'll open my bracket, I'll write what is that component which I want to add to a particular date. So let us say I want to add the year component. So let us say I want to add 1 year to a particular date. So I'll just write here as year, comma 1, comma get date. That's it. Let us close the bracket. I'll execute this particular query. And you can see a year has been added. The current date is of 2023. But here right now you can see the date which I'm getting is of 2024. I'll get the get date function as well into one of the columns. So this is the current date and time, and this is I've added 1 year to the current date and time using the date add function, as you can just see. Let us see if I want to go a year back. So I'll use a -1 to do this, and you can see I've gone to a -1 date. So it was 2023, it is 2023 right now, and I've done a -1, and the date which is showing here is of 2022. So friends, this is the function, this is the use of the date add function here. For more interesting function into the date, which is the date diff. Now from the name only, it is quite clear that if from two different dates we can just grab the difference in terms of years, in terms of months, in terms of days. So let us do one thing. Let us grab in terms of the difference in terms of years from the get date, like the today's date, and I'll do one thing.
from today's date only, I'll go some random number of days back and I'll get the difference in terms of years. Let us execute this particular query, and you can see the answer which I'm getting is 7. So what this has done is, so it has got the difference between this date and the today's date. So you can just mention what is the difference, in what terms do you want to get the difference. So I want to get the difference in terms of years, so I pass the argument that gave me the difference in terms of years, and then I have provided the dates on which I want to get the difference. Now you'll tell me, Ashutosh, what is this get date minus 2.53? It's looking quite weird. There is nothing but from today's date, it has gone. I've just put a random number, so it has gone 2453 days back. I'll execute this code, and you can see it has gone to a date which is of 2016, a random date, and it is getting a difference between today's date and this date. Roughly, you can just see the difference comes out to be 7 years. The difference is there here. Let's say if I want to get the difference in terms of the months, what should be the answer? So the answer would be quite simple. It will give the difference in terms of months. Let us say if I want to get the difference in terms of days. Now, what will be the answer of this? It's quite clear from the query itself. If you will just quickly see, the answer would be 2453, because from the today's date I'm going these many days back and I'm just getting the difference in terms of the days. So it will return 2453 only. So friends, I hope you're finding this quite interesting. Mind you, date diff and date add are the most used function into this. Was all about the date time function. Let us move to the next section, uh, and let us see what more functions are there. So we'll be discussing some mathematical functions, and the I've covered all the mathematical functions which I generally use in my day-to-day time, into my day-to-day tasks here. So let's see the very first function. First of all, I'll just discuss this power function. The power concept is quite clear. It is quite simple. Let's say 2 to the power 4. So what does this mean? So this means that 2 is multiplied 4 times, and the result would be something like 16. So this is the mathematical definition of power. How we can calculate this or do this into the SQL, let us see. So I'll just write here power, and 2 comma 4, I just need to provide, I'll close the bracket, and we'll just see the result which we are getting. So you can see I'm getting the exactly the same result. So the answer was 16. We are getting here as 16. I'll just add a very big number here, so that we can just see if we are able to calculate the power of big numbers or not. Okay, this has overflown, and that is what, because SQL also has some limitations into it, and it can store a certain set of characters value, and that is why it is showing that arithmetic overflow error converting expression to data type float. So we need to change the data type of this particular column to convert this or to get the answer. But ideally, this is the normal definition of power, and this is enough for clearing any interviews. If anybody asks what is power function, there's just you need to provide two arguments, the base as well as the power, and the power will be calculated. The answer will be calculated. Let us move to the next function, which is the round function. Now, what is this round function? So I'll just take to the select round. I'll take a random number here, uh, and let us say this is a decimal number. I want to get only 2 digits after the decimal place. Right now, what you can see is I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 characters after the decimal places. I just want to get 2 characters after the decimal places. How should I go about solving this? So to solve this, I'll just use here comma 2, and this will be rounded off to 2 decimal places, as you can see here right now. So 345.46 is the answer which I'm getting. Rest of them are 0. After decimal places, 0 does not have any value. So you can just clearly see this entire decimal number is converted to 2 decimal places of decimal place. I mean, this I'm achieving using the round function. Now you can see the number has changed, and this has happened because the last character, the second last character you can see here is 5, and after that 7 is present. So according to mathematical rule, this would be rounded up. So 5 would become 6. So if this number is greater than 5 or 5, the previous number will be rounded off. That is why it is becoming as 0.46, and the answer which we are getting is correct. Let us move to the next function, and this is one of the interesting function which is the seal and the floor function. And these are some of the interesting functions, and they behave in a kind of unique way. So these functions, they help us to solve a good level of problems, complex problems as well. So for ceiling function and the floor function, I have the example ready from before to help you understand how does the ceiling function works and how does the floor function work. So in normal terms, what does ceiling means and what does floor means? So let's say I'm in a room, the topmost part is the ceiling and the lowermost part is the floor. Similarly, the same concepts applies into the SQL as well. So for a number which I provided here, which is 25.75, I am told to calculate the ceiling and the floor. What does ceiling means? Ceiling, it just means that what is the higher level of this particular number in terms of integer, and similarly floor means what is the lower number in terms of integer for the number which you are providing. As you can see here, I am giving a ceiling of 25.75. So which is the integer number which is the closest to 25.75? I want to go into the ceiling, so I need to go above, which is in terms of greater number. So after 25.75, which is the nearest closest integer number which comes, which is greater than 25.75? So I hope the conditions are quite clear. So to get the answer, the number should be greater than 25.75 first of all, and it should be the nearest to 25.75. So both of these conditions are mandatory for the ceiling function. So which is that number which satisfies that criteria? So let us execute this code to get the answer. You can see the number is 26. So the number is greater than 25.75, which is true, and the number is nearest to 25.75, the integer number. So I just start here, integer number nearest to 25.75, which is true. The thing which we have done for ceiling, which is just opposite for the floor value as well. So I just change the column number as floor. So to make floor, to get the answer from this floor function, the number should be less than 25.75 and the integer number nearest to 25.75. This particular condition remains as constant. So I'll just select this particular query. What do you think? What should be the answer? The answer is 25, because 25 is less than 25.75, which is quite clear. And 25 is that integer number which is nearest to 25.75, which satisfies this particular criteria. So there are two different criterias which we need to take care when we are using the ceiling and the floor function, and two criteria as which you can see onto your screen. So friends, this was all about the different mathematical functions which we have into the SQL. Let us move to the next section, and we will be learning about the aggregate function which is present into the SQL. Now, mind you, the aggregate function are the most used function into the SQL whenever we are doing any day-to-day task, whenever we have to do data cleaning tasks, data manipulation, data presentation. So all of these things are taken care by the aggregate function, which we'll be seeing right now onto our screen. So to help you understand aggregate function, I have a separate Excel sheet ready with me here, which contains some data set. I'll just help you explain about this particular Excel sheet. It is not that much complex. It is quite simple in nature. So in the first section, in the very first column, I have the district's name. Into the second column, I have the state name. Into the third column, I have the area in kilometers, and into the fourth column, I have the population of that particular district. So you can read the information something like, in this particular district, which is, let's say, Agra, into the state Uttar Pradesh, the district area is 4041 square kilometers and the population is 44 lakhs, something like that. So this is how we read the information. Now, you'll tell me, Ashutosh, how do I get to know about the aggregate function from this data set? So in aggregate function, there is one important concept, which is the group by concept. Group by concept.
For all those people who are familiar with Excel pivot tables, so let's solve two problems here, or let's say let's solve four problems here. The four problems which I want to solve is something like total area of all state, total population of all state. Let us say I want to solve both of these problems. How do I go about solving these two problems here with the help of the pivot table? It's quite simple. I'll go to insert, I'll go to pivot table, I'll select OK. I'll get this interface. I hope people who are not familiar with pivot table, don't worry. It's quite simple. These are some of the simple steps we took. So per state, let's say I want to calculate the total population and the total area in kilometers. So friends, you can just see I'm getting the state and the total population in the state and the total area. Then what is the total population? So if I just click on to one of the section, you can just see the total population which is populating right now onto the, let's say I'll choose Bihar. So I'll just select this total population which is populating right now in Bihar state, the number which you can see here, which is 964 something. So what is this number? So this number is the sum of population of all the district population which is present in Bihar state. So all the districts which are present in Bihar state, they will have a certain population which you can see into the sheet 1. So if I just filter out the district, or let's say the state from here, which is Bihar, you can see all these districts have a certain populations attached to it them, and we have all this information. So the final answer which you can see here in Bihar, this answer is the sum of all the population of all the districts of Bihar. So this is the answer which we are getting right now onto our screen with the help of the pivot table. Now friends, if I'll click on this Bihar section, you can just see all the data set I've got from which I'm getting that number. So this is the use of the pivot table, but how exactly this is working, I'll just show you guys this group by function. So what is happening is all these similar things into this particular column are getting grouped. So when we are telling that group by onto the basis of the state, in other terms, I've just said that group by onto the basis of the state and calculate the population. So the result would do something like, or the query, it will work internally, something like, let's say the Bihar state, it will be filtered out. I'll do a control C. I'll just present this value somewhere else. And let's say I'll just take some other state here as well. Let's say I'm taking Andhra Pradesh right now. I'll do a control A, control C. I'll go to my next file. So internally, what will happen is all the states data will be segregated or will be differentiated by the SQL server. I'll pick one more state. Let's say I'll pick Assam for now. I'll do control C and I'll do control V. So similarly, I've just done right now because of time constraint for only 3 states, but similarly, internally how the query it will work is will tell the code to calculate the total population or total area in square kilometers in terms of the state. As you can see onto my screen, I've done this using the pivot function into the SQL. So how this internally works is all these different data sets will be segregated likewise. Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Assam. So similarly, all the other states data sets will be segregated. So into this particular data set, so you can just think of it as a subset from the total set of data which is present, or the total dump of data which I am having into my sheet 1. So all these different sets of data would be segregated or differentiated, and onto these different sets of data, the value will be calculated. So the answer will be something like, it will be
For Bihar, it will be something like the sum of all the values which is present in the population column for this set, for the Bihar set. So this is how the population of Bihar is calculated. Similarly, the population of Andhra would be calculated something like it will be a sum of all the population, districts population which is present into Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, for Assam also, it will be sum of all the district population which is present into the Assam. So how the query internally it is working, it is something like on which column we are telling that I want to calculate the population on the basis of the states. The state is that column on which I'm telling my code to group by, and to group by it will do something like all the distinct values which will be present into the state column, that would be segregated, differentiated separately, and then onto that particular set of data the calculation will be happening and we'll be seeing the final data into the pivot table or the group by function when we'll be using into the SQL. So friends, I just wanted to demonstrate this first of all into the Excel sheet, and then we'll be importing the Excel file into our SSMS. And that way we'll also see how do we import the Excel file or any data which we are having into the Excel file into the SQL Server Management Studio. Because just think of, I have around 641 rows into this sheet, and how manually tiring the process will be if I go on to insert each and every row data into my SQL Server Management Studio. So we'll be importing the Excel sheet in our SQL Server, and we'll be doing the same thing which we have done right now onto our screen onto the SQL Server Management Studio. So I hope it is quite clear how group by function internally it is working. So first of all, let us say, I'll just summarize it again. We have this dump of data and we are being told to calculate the total area of all the state. Calculate the total area of all the state. We have the information in terms of the district wise. So for each district into a particular state, we have that particular information. So we want to calculate the area of all the state. So we'll be using the group by function into the SQL. But the same thing can be achieved using pivot function or the pivot table in Excel. How the group by function or how pivot table internally it is functioning is, it is something like it will take into account the entire data and then it will store somewhere else, and then it will count the total number of distinct values which is present into the column on which we want it to group by. So I'll just remove the duplicates from this particular column. So I've got all the distinct states which are present into my data set. Now one by one, what will happen is information will be filtered out one by one. For I'm having Andhra Pradesh, so I'll filter out the Andhra Pradesh information from here. So just right here, Andhra Pradesh, and this is the exact information which I want. I'll open a new sheet. I'll put the state information here. I'll go back to my sheet. So this is how the code internally it is working. I hope this is pretty much clear, because just learning about the code or the system, it will not help. It will only help if we learn how the code internally it works, how the code processes the data, and that will help a lot to solve complex level of problems, or to help to get a general understanding. When we are writing a particular query, we are just not writing for the sake of getting the data. We are writing with proper understanding how it will internally work and calculate my result. So the next state, for the matter of fact, is Uttar Pradesh. So I'll just filter out the data for Uttar Pradesh. Okay, I think load once again. So this is the relevant data for Uttar Pradesh which is required. So this will again be copied. It will again be, segregated. So similarly, all the states data will be segregated, and at the last stage, it will be grouped by. So for Andhra Pradesh, the answer would be something like Andhra Pradesh, and into the next column we'll be having, so this is the state column, and into the next column we have the sum of population, and this the result would look something like sum of these values. Similarly for Uttar Pradesh, This will look something like Uttar Pradesh. So I'm just showing the output result or the final result which we'll be getting after doing a group by. So I'm doing a sum of this column, and you can see I'm getting this sum. So friends, this is how the group by function it works. Let us see, let us execute the same thing into the SQL. I hope it is quite clear how group by function internally it is working. Now you can group by onto the multiple bases, onto the basis of multiple columns as well. So for example, let us say I have a state here and I have a zone and I have the sales number. I have the state 1, let's say in zone Z1, the total sales, it will be something 50. State 1, zone 2, the sales is somewhat, let's say 40. I'll have another column which is of the month, let's say, and this will be 5, 4. I'll just add random numbers here. So in this month, the month number is 5. In this state, into this zone, the total sales that has happened is 50. And I'll have one more, let's say, in state 1, in zone 1, month number 3, sales is 90. For dummy values here. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste this here. Okay, great. So let us say I want to calculate the total sales by state in their zones. So if you would just think of how do I go on to solve this particular problem? So if I want to calculate the total sales by each of the state into each of the zone, so this is a kind of tricky problem because we cannot use the state column here just to do a group by, because let's say if I do a group by onto the state column, I'll be just be getting a single column here, and that would be onto the basis of the state. So the thing which I'm talking about is into the first column I'll have the state, and into the second column I'll have the sum of the sales, which is not ideally the result which I wanted. Ideally, the thing which I wanted is something like I want to get the total sales by the state and also by the zone. So to add the zone, I'll just pick up the zone, I'll put it into the rows, or let's say I'll put it into the columns. So you can see I'm getting for the state S1, in zone S1, I'm getting the total sales as 140. Zone Z2, I'm getting the total sales as 40. So I want a similar kind of result using the group by function. So how will this internally it will work? So into the SQL, so we can use the group by function to solve this particular problem as well. So first of all, what will happen is onto which columns we need to group by. So the result would look something like into the state S1 for the zone Z1, the total sales was some amount. So I'll just write it here. So the output would look something like this. So state, zone, and total sales. Similarly, state in a different zone, the total sales. The second state in the zone 1, the total sales. Into the second state, into the zone 2, the total sales. So we want to get the output in some of this manner. So let us see how do we do this into the SQL. So we'll be grouping by onto the basis of the two columns here, because we want to get the total number of sales aggregated onto the basis of these two columns. So we'll be grouping here onto the basis of the state column as well as the zone column. So how will this code internally it will work? So the funda remains the same. First of all, we will copy these two columns and we'll go to data tab. We'll remove the duplicates from these two columns. So these will be the unique values or the unique combinations which are remaining. Right now I just have two columns. You can do group by into as many as columns you want. The funda should be clear, the idea should be clear, how internally it will work. So
I'm just showing you how the SQL query internally manipulates the group by function. So first of all, I have the entire dump of the data. It will copy the data. It will generate distinct combinations which are present. So in my previous example, I would have to do a group by on the basis of the state column to calculate the total population. So that is why I just picked up that column and did a distinct of all the values which I'm having into that column. Right now I'm using two columns to do group by. So internally what SQL will do is pick up those two columns and get distinct combinations which are present. So by distinct combinations, what I mean is this is my entire dump of data set which was present. Let us see which combination is repeating. So both of these columns I'm talking as a combination as a kind of a pair. So this is S1 Z1, this is S1 Z2. Similarly, this is S1 Z1, S2 Z1, S2 Z2, S2 Z1. So this is the combination you can just think of which I'm getting here right now. So friends, how many you can just think of which values are repeating here. So S1 Z1, I have a value here. I'll just mark this with a different color. S1 Z2, I have a different value here which I'm having, which I'm getting. So I mark it with a different color. S1 Z1. So previously, did I find any combination of S1 Z1? Yes, it is there into the first row. So I'll just mark it into the same color, which is the red. S2 Z1. Did I find S2 Z1 into the above rows? No. So it is a distinct entry which I'm getting here right now. So I'll mark this into a different color. Similarly, S2 Z2. Was there an entry of S2 Z2 previously? No, the answer is no. So I'll just mark it again with a different set of color. S2Z1. Was there an entry of S2Z1? Yes, there was an entry of S2Z1 present before. So this is also a duplicate entry which I'm getting here right now. So friends, you can just see S1Z1, S1Z1. They are repeating. So all those values which are similar, they will be distinguished or segregated as a kind of a different data set, and then the group by function will happen onto that. Similarly, S2Z1 and S2Z1, those two are duplicate values. So all these values will be segregated differently, and then the group by function will happen onto that. Next thing which will happen is it will as I discussed, it will remove the duplicates from the combination. You can just see four unique values for the combinations are remaining right now. So we want to calculate the sales onto the basis of these particular combinations which I'm getting right now. I just paste this separately here. So first combination is S1Z1. So what SQL will do is it will go to the applied filter. It will first of all select S1. From the next column, it will select Z1. This data will be segregated. It will be kept aside somewhere. The next distinct value which we have got here is S1 and Z2. So similarly, it will apply the filter on S1. It will apply the filter on Z2. We are getting only a single row entry. I'll copy this. It will paste it like this. Now the third entry is S2 and Z1. So instead, S2 will be selected. Okay, we'll just copy this because we have an entry for S2 and Z2, the last one. So this will be pasted here. And the third entry was S2 and Z1. We are getting the values. So this is how for all the combinations, we will be filtering out the data and we'll be presenting here as you can see right now onto your screen. I do one thing, I would delete this. So friends, these are these different set of combinations which we have got
different set of grouping which we have got from the data set which we wanted. I'll do one thing. I'll put a different color here so that you can just think of all of these different groups which have been created with the help of the group by function and how group by function internally will work. I'm just clearing out first of all that concept. Later we'll move to the part of the code because writing the part of the code is not that important. Understanding the concept is important. So from this entire data set, the problem was something like calculating total sales by state and the zones. So this was my problem, and how did I go about solving this, or how SQL internally it works to solve this particular problem. First of all, it will get the entire data set, it will paste the data set, it will do a distinct of the combination of columns on which do you want to group by. So here you can just see I wanted to calculate the sales by state and the zone. So I picked only those two columns, I pasted it, I deleted the duplicate combinations which I was getting. So for all these combinations, it will calculate the aggregate of the total sales. So the next step is something like S1 and Z1 is first combination. So what SQL will do is, first of all, from the entire set of data, it will filter out the data where state is equal to S1 and zone is equal to Z1. So we have filtered out the data for S1 and Z1. Coming to the next combination, which is S1 and Z2, what will the function it will do internally? It will work. First of all, it will go to the state column, it will filter out the data for the state as S1 and then zone as Z2. Now the final thing what will happen is, you can see got the different states, I've got the different zones, and the last step is calculating the total here. So the total will just be like this, calculating the sum over all these different aggregates which we have generated, combinations which we have generated. So for the combination of S2 and Z1, which is that combination? So it is S2 and Z1 which we are seeing. So it will calculate the sum for this particular combination, and similarly it will generate a sum for S2 and Z2. Now friends, you will think why Ashutosh is spending so much time here to explain these concepts into so much detail, and this is all because it is necessary to understand how the query internally it is working, rather than just just going through the code at a upper level, not understanding a deeper level, because these things they matter a lot when you're writing the complex queries in future. So these small things will matter a lot. You will be able to analyze, be able to think how this group by function internally it is working. Friends, from that perspective, this is very, very important. I hope the group by function is quite clear, how the internal functioning will happen, how everything is working internally. You can group by into the basis of the multiple columns as well. I'll do one thing. I'll just show you an example into my SQL Server Management Studio. Uh, I'll import the data set of the population which I just showed you before. I'll import it and I'll just show you how do we import the Excel data into SQL Server Management Studio. I have ready from here, but I'll do one thing. I would delete this and I'll reinsert it again for all of you guys so that you also understand how this is happening. It has been deleted. After you're doing any action, just refresh this to see if the changes are visible or not. So to import the data set, I'll go to the database which I've created. I'll go to tasks, I'll go to import data. It will give me an interface which is something like this, which you can see onto your screen here. From the drop down, I'll select a Microsoft Excel because I am importing an Excel file which name is datasets2. I'll just select the file, I'll click on next. You might get this error as well, so you need not to do anything. I am also getting a lot of error many times this particular error. So what I usually do, what I've usually seen, I don't know the solution for this. There are two things. First of all, just open the data set or on in Excel as well, just keep it open the time when you're importing. The second thing which I've seen is just go on selecting the lower version of the Excel. Some or the other things will work. You can just see the older version worked for me. Similar things you can also try and select Okay, my bad. I'll select SQL Server native client here. I'll click on next. I'll wait for some time. I'll click on next. Next. Okay. I'll click on sheet one. Click on next. Next. Finish it. So the sheet one was nothing but you can just see I have a lot of many sheets available. So it was just showing an information like which particular sheet data do you want to import. So I think all of these data might have imported. I'll clean this later stage. I'll just see this what might have happened. But the idea I think is quite clear. How do we go on to import any data set? Let us refresh this to see if we have imported it successfully or not. Okay, you can see I've imported it successfully. As mentioned, we are getting all of these values from the sheet one. You can just see data set two is the sheet which you can see right now. And while explaining you all of guys, I just added some new columns and all of these have been added right now. I'll do one more thing. I would just close this. I'll do a no, don't save, and I would open the data set once more or the Excel file once more. This is right now, it's clear. We will do one thing. You can just skip some 2-3 minutes more because what I'll do is I'll just import the same sheet again. Or if you want to follow me, you can just follow me simply. That will add to your practice as well. So first of all, we need to go to our database, tasks, import data. The steps are quite simple. Here you want to import Excel file. Just select the Excel file, browse the Excel file in which you have the data present. Click on next. You might get an error as what I'm getting right now. Select a older version from here. Make sure the file is open on your system. It is active. I'll just select here SQL Server native client. I'll click on next, next, next. This time you can see no more sheets were showing up. This is the benefit of SQL Server Management Studio. You can see the data has been imported. Now I can see after doing any changes, just refresh this, go to tables. You can see the details data or table which we had created earlier, and this is the data which have been imported. I'll do one thing, I'll rename this as, which means population data, of course. Okay, has been changed. So I'll just try to select star from pop. Let us see if this works or not. We are able to see the data or not. And you can see it is telling invalid object name is pop. So I'll do one thing. I'll just write here dbo.pop. Okay, so then I'll write here my database name. And you can see finally we are getting the data. And what actually happened is I guess when we are having multiple tables here, we need to go from the root directory, so into students, into DBO, into the pop that my data is present. So just do a select star and get my data out. So you can just see here we are having the information. So while you are just coding, while you're doing these many things, a lot of many times you'll be facing these small issues. We need not to take care of all these small issues. This will happen a lot of many times. So our main concern is to understand the concepts, how the code internally it will work, how the code works, so and learning different functions. So the first problem was to calculate the state wise population. So what is the syntax? So the syntax is something like select sum of population state and the sum of area underscore kilometer square from this, because my data is present there. This is the total pop and this is the total area. That's it. Is that enough? Let us execute the query. Let us see if the query is throwing any error. And it will definitely throw an error because
Let us quickly see what the error is. Whenever you're writing a query, the error which will be thrown into the console, it will solve half of your debugging, because into the error itself it is quite clearly mentioned what you need to do. We'll just clearly read out the error what it is showing. So it is telling column something is invalid, column state is invalid in the select list because it is not contained in either an aggregate function or the group by clause. Because if you'll just see, I was just telling the code to display certain columns. I've never told the code on how do you need to get the sum, or how do you need to calculate the sum. So here comes the use of the group by function. So we need to tell our code group by on the basis of the state. So after this, all that things internally it will happen. It will get the distinct values from the state column. Then it will segregate all the states column data from the entire data set which I'm having, the master data set which I was having, and then calculates state level population data, and it will generate the result. Let us say if you're getting the correct result or not. And you can see we are getting the correct result. We have the state, we have the total population, we have the total area as well. Let us do one thing. What we have seen is I'll order by, so whatever state, whichever state is having the highest population, I want to get it into the top row and into the descending order basis of the state population. So you can see Uttar Pradesh has the highest population, led by Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal. So all these things we can do into the SQL. You can just see how we are slowly and slowly, gradually moving towards solving complex level problems. We have seen aggregates here. Now, friends, the problem which we have solved into the data set. I think I've deleted the data set from here, but I'll do one thing, which is I'll generate a similar kind of data set. So first of all, I'll create a table here. Okay, now the again 5 the state name as S1 is only Z1, is number and just right here. So that is the which I'm inserting right now onto my table, which is the sales. So let's do a select star from sales. Let us see what is the output which we are getting right now. So you can see I'm getting the correct output. I'll do the same thing which I've done onto the Excel sheet as well. I want to know in a particular state, in a particular zone, what is the total number of sales which have been generated using the, let's say, the group by function. I want to solve this particular problem. So the problem is calculate total sales on each state and zone. So here we'll be using select state name, comma, sum of sales, group by state name. So friends, what do you think? Will be able to solve this particular problem of calculating the total sales on each state and zone? Let us see the answer. So you can see our purpose is not solved because we are getting only a single column here, which is of the state name. So in this particular state, the total number of sales is this. In this particular state, the total number of sales is this. But we also want on the basis of the zone. So here what we need to do is add a new column, which is the zone. So state name, zone name, and the total sales. We'll just provide this information. I just showed you guys previously how this thing internally it will work into the SQL query. I hope that has helped you, and you can see we have the desired information ready. If I would like to summarize it, it will be something like the combination on which you will are grouping by. The combination, all these combinations will be picked up. The distinct from all these combinations will be able to get, and then on to basis of all the distinct combination, we are applying the sum function and we are getting the answer likewise. So friends, I hope this was quite clear. Let us see on to our presentation what all we have here.
So friends, we have learned about this group by function. Another thing which is here is this having function. Now how this having function it works? So friends, having function, it only works after you have group by. So it only works on the basis of the group by function. So to apply the having function, a group by function should have been applied. Now why do we need to apply the group by function? And that is because, let's just do one thing. I'll just quickly make the same data set which I was having. So the thing which I was wanting was sales on the basis of this state, on the basis of this zone, the total sales. Now friends, let us just quickly revise this concept once again. So those two columns on which I need to group by, I'll present this here somewhat, separate it here. So the SQL query internally, first of all, it will pick distinct values, whatever it will get. So the first combination is S1 and Z1. So it will pick the S1 from the next, it will pick up the Z1. It will copy it and let us paste it somewhere else. The next combination is also of S1 and Z2. So let's do it here only right now to save time. So this is S1 and Z2. The second combination or the third combination is S2, Z2. Let us pick up this, paste it here. And the final combination is of S2 and Z1. We will select this and we'll paste this out. So we have got the all the desired result which we were wanting. We have segregated all these results, all the different combinations which we have got, or which we could have got of the state as well as of the zones. This we have discussed previously also, but I just wanted to help you guys out to revise your concept. So I'll just color this out to distinguish all the different combinations which we have got. So friends, I hope till this step it is quite clear. All the different groups have been created right now. Now after these groups they have been created, let us say I want to generate the total sales on the basis of S1 and Z1. So the answer would look something like, I'll just copy this, I'll just paste this. So from all these groups, so 4 groups have been created. From all these groups, I'll get the sum of the sales. So S1 and Z2, right? S2 and Z1, great, and S2 and Z2, okay, great. So this is the final output which we wanted to get. I just color this out a bit so that it looks a bit nice. Okay, so this was the final output which we wanted using the group by function. Now, where is this having function is coming into the picture? The having function comes into the picture when, let's say, from this final result also which we have got after after all these group by things have happened. Let us say I want to get the results of all those states and all those zones where the total sales is greater than 1000. So I am only concerned, or the output is only concerned of all those states and all those zones where this total sales is greater than 1000 rupees. So I hope the problem statement is quite clear. Even if we have group by, from all of these groupings also, I want to get that particular group information in which the total sales is greater than 1000 rupees. So let us see which all groups qualify for that. So the total sales for S1 and Z1 is 76 rupees. Total sales for S1 and Z2 is 432 rupees.
Total sales for S2 and Z2 is 67 rupees, and total sales for S2 and Z1 is something 46,000 rupees. So this column I'll just rename it as total sales for the group. I'm not writing combinations so that you are familiar with the group term. So this column is the total sales of for the group which we have got. Now we are only concerned the problem statement. I'll just write here, get the details of the state and zone having sales greater than 1000. This was my problem statement, and this was my output which I was getting previously. But does this particular thing satisfies my condition, which is getting the details of the state and zone having sales greater than 1000? So which all rows qualifies for this? These two rows are disqualified because you can see the number 76 and 432 is less than 1000. So ideally it should not have come up. Only one row would come up, which is for 6441, because this number is greater than 1000, and that is the result which I wanted. So from all these groups also, I want to apply one more filter condition where after this result will be produced. And from this result, the final result which I'll be getting is of only those particular state and zone value which is having the sales greater than 1000 rupees. So this is my final answer which I should be getting right now, which you can see onto your screen. So friends, this is all about how the having function also works. So we'll have to write a particular condition where we need to tell the code that after you have grouped by or calculated the total sales or whatever you have calculated, it could be average, it could be count. After that also you need to apply a particular condition on all these groups and filter out the data based on the conditions which have been given. The condition here was the sales for the zone and the state should be greater than 1000 rupees. So all these combinations, first of all, we segregated them, then calculated the total sales for the state and the zone. And after we have got this information, we presented this information in a particular table. And after we have presented this information in a table, then we are applying a filter condition where we are just checking into the total sales column which row is having or which combination is having the sales greater than 1000. And this is my final result which I'm getting here using the having by function. So friends, this is how the having by function internally will work. I hope this is quite clear to you. I'll apply the same thing into the SQL server right now. Let's say here I'll do the same thing for the state and the zone name. Let us generate the results for only those states and those zones having sum of sales greater than 1000. Also, one more thing, this having, you can just think of it is similar to the where clause. Now, how it is similar to the where clause, you can just see I'm getting only those combination of state and zones where the sale is greater than 1000. Earlier, I was getting much more results. If you just think and just see, I was getting one more entry, which is of S1 and Z1. The total sales was 666. The numbers are quite different in both the sections because into the Excel sheet I've just picked some random numbers. Here the numbers are quite different, so the numbers would not match, the results would not match, but the outcome is the logic would be remain the same. So you can just see when I'm not applying the having clause, like having sum of total sales of the combination greater than 1000, when I'm not applying this, I'm getting a value here of S1Z1 having a total sales of 666. I'll comment this out. I'll apply the having by clause so that I'm getting the all the combinations who are having the sales greater than 1000, and I'm getting the desired result actually, as you can see here onto your screen. Now friends, there is a subtle difference between the where clause and the having by clause, and this is a very frequently asked interview question to the SQL. So what is the difference is, you have seen how having by clause works. It works only the groups. So after the groups they have been created, so to
apply the having by clause. Condition is that it should only be used with the group by clause, the only condition. While where clause, it can be applied on the entire data set itself. Let's say using the where clause, I just want to filter out the data for only the state one from this entire data set. So where clause, it will just apply this S1 filter onto the entire data set and get the relevant information. So from this and particular entire data set, I have got the data for all the entries where state is equal to S1. So this is actually the application of the where clause. It simply filters out the data from the data set which I'm having. While having by clause, it will filter out the information from the groups which will be creating using the group by function. So I hope that this all these complex fundas and concepts are quite clear by now. Let's move to the next functions which we'll be seeing. So likewise, we applied the sum function. We can apply the average function on the all the groups, the count function, the maximum and the minimum functions as well for the group. So what I'm talking about is, let us do one thing. I hope the having by clause is quite clear. I'll just remove this for simplicity to help you understand all of these different aggregate functions. So I'll do a select star from sales. You can see I'm getting the details. I'll do a count of sales. So it will do nothing. It will just count the number of entries for S1 and Z1 we are having in the table. Let's do one thing. Let us get this here. I'll execute this code. So you can see for S1 and Z1 we are getting the total count. This is not total sales, so this is total something total. We'll just put it for now something total. So for S1 and Z1 we are getting total as 2. What is this total? Because for S1 Z1 we are having 2 entries, so that's why we are getting here as 2. Likewise, S2 and Z1, S2 and Z1 here we are getting 2 entries, so we are getting the answer as 2. Next is S1 and Z2, S1 and Z2 here, and S2 and Z2. For this combination, there is just one single entry present in the entire data set, so that is why we are getting the result as 1. So friends, this was all about the count function. Similarly, there is this average function as well, which will calculate the average of the group which we are having, which we are creating. Here we use the sum function, correct? Somewhere we used, yeah, here. So to calculate the sum of these combination, we use the sum function. Similarly, we can use the average function to know the average sales which is being generated by a particular state. We can use the average function here as well. So you can see here I've used the average function to calculate the average sales generated for this particular combination, which is state name and zone name. So this is how it works. Here also I'll just apply the average function, which is coming out as 432 because we just have an entry here, and that is why 432 divided by 1 will be 432. Here 32 divided by sum divided by count, total number of entries is 2. Sum divided by 2 will result in 38. So 76 divided by 2, it will generate 38. So this is the average value which we are getting onto a screen. Similarly, we can use the average thing here and we'll calculate our results. So we are getting the average value from all of these combinations. Next function which we are seeing onto a screen is the maximum and the minimum function. Likewise, same thing. Let's say for this particular combination, I want to get the maximum, max. So you can see I'm getting 44 because for S1 and Z1, all these entries which we are having, which is that maximum number which I can find out. So 32, 44, two numbers I'm having right now onto my screen. The maximum is 44 because 44 is greater than 32. So I'm getting my answer as 44 here. Similarly, here I can just apply the max and You can see I'm getting 45,654 because 45,654 is greater than 787. So similarly, we can apply the same thing into the SQL Server Management Studio. I'm just showing you guys how do we apply the function. I hope I have helped you with the concepts into a lot of more detail. I've taken a lot of time here, but once I've explained this, I don't think you'll be having any doubt, any problem when you're solving any complex level problem also. Similarly, for min, we are doing this, and similarly for max, we have done this. Now, friends, this is a unique function, which is the list aggregate function. We'll be coming back to this at a later stage when we'll be learning about the window function. Now, this is also a part of the list aggregate function. Now, if I would have to summarize quickly onto this list aggregate function, I would just do this. Let's say I have the ID and I have the items. ID is, let's say, one. Okay, one. The items is, let's say, I1, I2, I3, I4. And the result which I want is something like ID. And in the items, I would like to have all these values separated by comma. So this is the result which we want, and this cannot be done using the group by function. Just think of doing this using the group by function. I bet you cannot do this. Or if you come up with a unique solution, please do mention in the comment box of this video. But this can be easily solved using the list aggregate function, because here also you can just see you're aggregating based on the ID, all the items. So I just put this into the aggregate function, but we'll be seeing this into a lot of more detail when we are learning some advanced level concepts later on. And the syntax also for this particular function is quite simple in nature. Let's move to the next, is the most important part of the SQL, and that is the SQL joins. So let us continue with joins which are present into the SQL. Joins which you can see onto your screen right now. This can solve some high and complex level of problems as well. So basically we have 5 type of joins which are present in the SQL. Number 1 is the left join. The number 2nd is the right join. Number 3rd is the inner join. Number 4 is the cross join. And the number 5 one is the full outer join. I have a very good image here right now which you can see onto your screen. This particular image will help you to get a very basic understanding on how these joins and what do they mean when we tell, like, we'll do a left join, we'll be doing a right join, when we'll be doing a inner join. So what does these things actually it means? We'll be solving 2-3 problems on the SQL joins, how these joins internally it will work, like how we saw in the group by function. I'll help you understand how the joins also they'll internally work into the SQL. So friends, basically we have 4 different kind of joins which you can see onto your screen. The cross join is absent here. I'll help you understand, don't worry. So the left join, so the 2 circles which you can see onto your screen into each of the joints, let us assume that those 2 circles are different tables. So in left join, what actually happens is you will get all the results from the left part of the table and also all the matching results between the right part of the table and on the left part of the table. So this is actually what happens in the left join. In left join, you'll be getting all the matching entries. By matching entries, I mean when the circles are overlapping into each other, that means that those entries are matching. So basically this is one circle, this is the other circle, and they are overlapping in this area. So this area is common between both of these circles. So this area is matching, it is exactly the same into both of these circles. So we can just say that it will return the matching results as well as all the results from the left part of the table which we are joining. Vice versa, exactly the opposite of what it happens on the right join. It will give all the results from the right hand side of the table which you are joining, and also which the matching records from both the table. The third table, which is the inner join. So in inner join, what actually happens is it will give the matching results from both the tables. So you can see this is the left table and this is the right table.
and the area which is matching or which is intersecting, which is common in between both of these tables, that is marked in blue. And this image I have copied from learnsql.com. So this particular website also contains some awesome resources to learn SQL. So I just wanted to give the credits. So you can just see here this particular section, the common section, it is marked as blue. And full join, what happens is it will return all the results from the left hand part of the table as well as from the right hand part of the table, as well as the matching records. In other words, I can just translate it as something like it will return the matching records as well as non-matching records which are present into both of these tables. So friends, we'll understand this into a lot of more detail with the help of simple example. So let us move first of all to the Excel sheet as usual, because in Excel generally the things becomes quite simple to understand first of all. So I'll have a table 1 created and I'll have a table 2 created. We'll see the outputs of left join, right join, inner join, and full outer join, and also cross join, what actually it means. So first of all, provide a student name here in both the paths, and I'll provide the marks and their address, and the output which I want is something like output which I want is something like student name. The next column I want their marks, and into the next column I want to know what is their address. So this is the output information which I want from both of these tables. Let us give some student name S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, S6. I'm just putting some random names here. These names does not have any value. Let us put their marks. So I'll just put some random marks here as well. That's it. And the student name. Here I'll do one thing. I'll put few of the students' name and few of the students' name. I'll just leave. That is how we'll be learning the join. How does all the different joins they will work. And in address, I'll just put some random numbers. So friends, let us assume for a matter of fact that we are doing first of all the left join. Do a left join, correct? So what will be output into this particular case when we'll be doing a left join here? So what did I say? So left joining what? So left joining into the left hand side. So you can just see in this image, we have a table, we have a circle on the left hand side, we have a circle onto the right hand side. So let us assume this case, the left side table or the left side circle is the first table here. The table 1 is the first circle, the left hand side of the circle, and the table 2 is the right hand side of the circle. Here what we are left joining, so left joining table 1 with table 2. We'll see this into a lot of more detail with syntax, how these things they will work in SQL, also in SQL Server Management Studio. So the output, first of all, the very first condition is, you can see from the image itself, all the rows, all the entries from the leftmost part of the table will be copied and pasted. So I'll just paste it exactly how it is, because all the entries from the leftmost part of the table will be pasted. All the matching records from the right hand side of the table will be presented. So what is common? What is the common thing on which we'll be joining both of these tables? So which is that column, you can just say, which is common into both of these tables? So the common column is none other than the student's name column, which is common. So I'll just mark this with a distinct color. So I'll mark this in yellow. So this student name column is common, and on the basis of the common column only, we'll be able to join both of these tables. I hope that concept is quite clear. After we have identified the common column on which we'll be joining both of these tables, we'll start joining. So as I mentioned in left join, all the entries from the leftmost part of the table will be generated, while only the matching records or the common records in the right hand side of the table will be getting, while all the other records we will not get. So in this case, what is matching? So let's say, will S1 be able to join? So do we find for S1, let's say, are we finding any S1 data here, S1 student data here? Yes, we are getting, that is A1. So the address is A1. Similarly, okay, this should be S2. Sorry, my bad. So I'll just change this to S2. Similarly, for S2, do we find an entry into the second table in the student's name column for S2? Yes, we have. So this S2 will be joined with this S2, and then the data will be presented in a single row after they've joined. So for S2, the address is A6. So this data will be presented. Next is S3. Do we have an entry for S3? Yes, we have an entry for S3, and that is A2, as you can see. So in the address, we'll be getting an A2. For S4, do we have an entry for S4? And you can see there's no entry for S4 which is present here. That means what will be the answer which will be getting here? This will be null, because that simply means that we don't have any entry in the right hand side of the table for the student name as S5. So for S5, we don't have the information on the address. So that is why we are not able to calculate it. Sorry, that was student number as 4. So for S4, do we have information on the address? No, we don't have. So that is why it is coming out as null. Let's move to the next, which is the S5. So do we have an entry for S5? And that is correct. We have an entry, and that is A3. So A3 will come up. Similarly, for S6, do we have an entry for S6? No, we don't have. So what will come up? Null, because no matching records have been found. For S7, similarly, do we have an entry? No, we don't have an entry. For S8, do we have an entry? Yes, we have an entry, and which is A4. Correct. And for S9, similarly, do we have entry? No, we don't have. So this will be null. And for S10, we have a entry. As you can just see, the address is A5. So we'll be getting A5 here. So friends, this was all about the left join. So left join table 1 with table 2. We are doing, let me color this with a different color. Great. Let us move to the next, which is the right join, and we are doing the same thing. Right join table 1 with table 2. Now mind you, this particular sequence will matter a lot. So right joining table 1 with table 2, if you interchange this term, right join table 2 with table 1, the result will totally vary. The result is totally dependent on how you are joining the table, how you are providing the sequence. So let's say here I'm providing right joining table 1 with table 2. The result will be, let's say the result is R1. And if I do right join table 2 with table 1, the result will be quite different. It will work all differently. So friends, this is the catch here. So please be aware on the sequence on which you are joining all these different tables. That matters a lot into the sequence. Let us move a little ahead and let's see how does this right join it actually works. So according to the right join, it will give all the records from the right hand side of the table and also the matching records between the table which is present. It will give into the output. So first of all, the very first thing which should be clear is it will give all the results from the right hand side of the table. So the table which is coming onto the right hand side is the table 2. So all the records from the table 2 will be copied. I'll just copy this, all the records from the table 2, because in right join all the records from the right hand side of the table it comes, and it will right join with table 1, and only matching records will be able to get. So it is, let's say it is marks. So first of all, it will check, okay, for S1, do I find an entry for S1? Yes, it is there, and the marks is 66. Let us say for S3, do we find entry for S3? Yes, it is there, the marks is 95. Similarly for S5, do we find an entry for S5? Yes, we have an entry for S5, the marks is 76. Similarly for S8, it is 80. For S10, it is 91, and for S2, it is 96. So this is how we are getting all the marks. So let us assume for this particular case, there was a student
whose ID is S11 and the address is something like A9. So friends, into this particular case, what do we have an entry? Like we'll be getting all the results from the right hand side of the table. That is quite clear. So I just added a row here, so that is why I should add it here also, because all the results from the right hand side of the table we should get. But S11, do we have marks for student ID as S11? No. So what should be the result in the marks column? It will be null, because there is no matching record which is being found after we are joining both of these tables. So friends, this is how the right join it works into the SQL. Coming to the inner join, and this is the most interesting thing of how inner join works. So inner join will only give into the output the matching records, correct? It will not give all the records. The columns are clear, but the output is not clear. So in the first column, after we are joining both of these table onto the basis of the common column, which is the student name, we'll be getting these three columns, that is for sure. Let us see what all common entries are present into both of these tables. So the first student S1, marks is 66. Do we have address for S1? Yes, it is there, and the address is A1. So I'll just write here S1 66 A1. First entry is sorted. For the next student, S2, the marks is 96. Do we have an entry for S2 in the second table? Yes, we have. The address is A6. Let us move to the next, S3. Do we have an address for S3? And that is A2. And the marks is 95. Let us move to the next, S4. Do we have an entry for S4? No, we don't have. So that is why the records will not match, because in inner join, we are only concerned with the records which are matching in both the tables. So friends, you can see there's no entry for S4. So that is why we will not get any entry for S4. Similarly, for S5, do we have an entry? Yes, we have. So for S5, it is 76 and A3. So S5, 70. 6 and A3. That's all. Let us come to the next, which is S6. Do we have entry for S6? No, we don't have. So we will not return the results because no matching entry is being found. For S7, do we have a matching entry? No, there's no student whose address is S7 is coming out. S8, we do have entry and the address is A4 and the marks code is 80. Let us move to the next, which is S9. Do we have an entry for S9? No, we don't have. Last is S10, and for S10, we have the marks coming out as A5, and okay, the address is A5. Sorry, my bad. And the marks is 91. So that's all. That's all. Is it correct? No, it is not correct, because there is this S11 student also which is present, which we should definitely check. So is S11 present here? No, it is not present. So the entry would come up here. So in inner join, there's no concept of null which will be coming, because only we'll be getting matching records which are present into both of these tables. Coming to the next, which is full outer join. Let us see how does this work. So I'll just write here full outer join. So in full outer join, what happens is actually it will give the matching records as well as the unmatching records from both of these tables. So friends, first of all, we'll figure out the matching records which we have got. Here is like this. So we have got all the matching records which are present here. Let us get all the unmatching records, the records which we did not get to match. So S1, S2, S3. So S4, the student name as S4. We were not able to match the record. So that is why we are not getting the record for S4. Similarly, for S6 and S7, there is no matching record which was found into the second table. So that is why we are getting a null value. Similarly, for S9. So we have got all the unmatching records
from the first table when we are joining with the second table. Now there can be another case also. There can be some records which are present into the second table for which we did not find any entry when we were matching. So which is that row? So that row is the S11. You can just see for S11 we did not find any marks or any marks for S11. So it will look something like S11, and in the marks column it will be null because there was no marks which was found. And into the address column, the address will be A9, as you can just see here. So friends, this is the total operation of the full outer join. As you can see onto your screen, this is how the full outer join it worked. First of all, these are all the matching records. I'll just drag this down. So this is all the match records which are matching into both of these tables. This is the records which are unmatching records from table 1 to table 2. So these are all those entries, and this is just the opposite, unmatching records from table 2 to table 1. That's it, friends. This was all about want to be joined. So this is table 1 to table 2, I think it is. I'll just copy this down. This is the brief onto the full outer join, inner join, right join, the left join. Now friends, there's another concept which is onto this cross join. Cross join, it works. So to make cross join work, it is nothing but for each entry into the table 1, it will match with all the entries which is present into the table 2. For example, if I'll just explain you guys. So this row, first of all, I'll move to a new sheet itself. One column is the student name column. Let us say we are doing a cross join. So what will be the output? So in cross join, the output looks something like a common column on which we are joining both of these particular table. So each entry from the table 1 will be joined with each entries from the table 2, irrespective of any condition. So on joining, the result will be something like this. So friends, so for S1, for S1, it will join with each of the entry into the table second. So you can just see this is the cross join condition. Similarly, next it will move to S2. It will again join with each of the entry into the table 2, and this S2 will be provided likewise. Next is S3, so it will copy, it will paste it here, it will do the same thing again and again for every other case. So similarly, it will happen until and unless the student name is S10. So this is the basic thing on how cross-join works. It is also popularly known as Cartesian product, which means that each entry you are multiplying with the other entries in the other table. So you can just think it something like S1, you are multiplying with each of the entries in the other table. Similarly, S2, you are multiplying with each of the entries in the other table. Similarly, S3, S4, S5, S6, S7, AS8, you are multiplying with each of the entry into the other table, and S10 as well. Similarly, the logic works iteratively for each of the entries. So this was all about the cross join and how this works into the SQL. So friends, let us see all of these joins and their syntax. How do we use them into the SQL Server Management Studio? So first of all, I will do is simply create a table, what we did into the Excel, and I'll just copy this thing. I'll use the syntax, and then I'll apply the different joins to show you whether the answer which we got into the Excel is correct or not. I'll create table sales. Let's see what is the columns which I included. Go to the sheet. Okay, student name, marks, and student
You can see I've created two tables. Go to my Excel sheet and I'll just copy. I have all the values which were exactly same into the Excel. Let us quickly verify if the concepts which we have learned here into the Excel sheet about the different joins, whether we are getting the same results or not when we are doing the same thing into the SQL Server Management Studio. One by one, we'll see all the joins. So first of all, let us see the left join. So the syntax of left join will be something like select from details left join details one on. So this table is the first circle which you did see onto the previous screen, and this table is the second circle. So details left join details one on. So we will have to specify or tell into our code which is the common column on which you are joining and on which you're trying to join both of these tables. So the common column on which I'm trying to join both of these tables are, so I'll have to mention it table wise. So it will be details dot, so it will display all the columns. You can see marks s underscore name or the columns which are presented to the details table. So I'll have to write here details dot s name, and we'll have to write here equal to details one dot. So as soon as you give a dot, you can see all the columns which are present into the details one table is now being displayed. And here also I'll have to select s underscore name because that is the common column on which we'll be joining both of these tables. You would wonder why did I not mention here any other column name, or I could have mentioned a star, but I don't want to give here the star because I want to give only the relevant columns which I want. So first of all, the column which I want is the name of the student. The second column which I want is the marks of the student. So you can see the suggestion is being shown here to me. And the third column which I want here is the address of the student. So I'm just present to the details one table. So from which table I want to grab that particular column information, I'll have to mention first of all the table name dot whichever column you want to grab the information from. So this is the kind of flow. So I'm just writing from details one table. So this is the details one table. As you can just see the second table here into the output. So I want to get the address column. So I would just copy this address column from here. I'll paste it here. Everything is done now. I'll execute the code. You can see I'm getting the exactly the same set of results which I got into the Excel sheet. So from this thing, our understanding is pretty much correct. The result which we got is exactly correct. So for S4, you can see null we are getting. For S6 we are getting as null. So we'll just quickly verify. S4 it was null, S6 it is null. So friends, why did I first of all show into the Excel? So that it is quite easy for you guys to understand how these joins, they internally it will work. Let us do for left join as well. You can see the number of rows are also the same. So we have 10 rows, and here also we are getting the 10 rows. Now the next thing which I want is I want to do a right join. So instead of left, I would just substitute with the word right. I'll execute the command. You can see in addition to that, new result has come up with null values and only address column which is present here. And this also makes sense because will be getting all the entries from the rightmost side of the table. If you remember, I had added this row at a later stage, and here you can see I mentioned here S11. Here it is coming out as null because there was no marks which was found for S11 name student. But here I wrote as S11, we are getting the student name as well because all the entries from the left rightmost side of the table we should get. But into the result you can just see we are getting out as null. Why is this happening? This is happening because you can just see from the details table, from the above table, we are capturing the student's name, and into the above table, the details table, there is no name of the student with student ID as S11. So there's no entry only. So that is why it is showing out as null. So instead of details, I should add here details one. And when I'll run this particular query, I'll execute this. You can see I'm getting the student name as well. So these small things also matters a lot many times, because you can just see changing the name of the table from which you're deriving the values and you're getting the column details, it matters a lot of many times. So this is the how we are solving this particular issue. Because the issue was earlier we had only details table, and in details table do we have a name for student ID as S11? No, we don't have. So until and unless I want to get the student name details from the details one table, we won't be getting the student name S11 as S11. So this was the difference which we were seeing. This was all about the right join. Okay, right join is done. Let us move to the inner join. So it's, in inner join, it's quite simple to understand. It's nothing but I'll do a inner join. This result, it's quite simple. You can see I'm getting all the common results between both of these tables, and this also is exactly matching from our Excel sheet. So S1, S2, S3, S5, S8, and S10. It is the same details which we are getting, the same which we got into the Excel file. The next one was the full outer join. Find it that these small things will matter, the column or the table from which you are deriving the column values. So the results which we might be getting will be different from what we have done into the Excel sheet. So friends, you can just see S1, S2, S3, S5. I'll just quickly present this sheet here to match the results. So S1, S2, S3, S5, S8, and S10, those are all matching records. You can see for all these values, I'm getting null value because those student name for all these were not present into the second table. So when I'll be changing this to details instead of details one, I'll execute this code. In details table, we have all the students' name with those marks. So we are getting the entry. As you can see into my Excel file as well, I'm getting S4, S6, S7, S9. Only in the last row, you can see S11 is not coming, and here it is coming out as null because we are getting the same concept. We are getting the name of the students from the details table, and details table does not contain any name of the student ID as S11. So that is why we are getting here as null. If I change it to details one, you'll be getting to see all the entries from the second table. So you can see S11 is coming while all these values are null, because for all these entries we did not find a matching name into the second table. The concept is something like this. So I hope it is pretty much clear. In cross join, you don't even need to provide all of these conditions because there is no concept of common column here. So just mention all the table names, just do a cross join, that's it. And you can see a lot of many records we are getting. As I mentioned into the example in the Excel sheet, you would remember each entry from one of the table will be joined with each other entries into the second table. Friends, this is how we are solving, or this is exactly the syntax of the cross join. Let us solve a very interesting problem in SQL. And this is one of the commonly asked interview question onto the SQL. What is the question? So this was a very simple level concept onto the joins, but a higher level concept is coming up right now. I'll just show you onto my screen. I have a data set ready from before, quite simple. I'll copy this and I'll execute this. The two data sets which I would like to join here is select star from table 1, select from table 2. I'll execute the code. It is quite simple. Just copy this and two. Now friends, here what I'll do is I'll do one thing. I would help you explain just about the left join concept, and I'll leave up to you on how we are solving or what should be the result when we are joining both of these tables, when we are doing a right join, when we're doing an inner join, full outer join, cross join. Into all those cases, what should be the result? I would leave it to you. I would help you explain the left join concept, how what will be the output in case of left join when these two tables are joining onto the basis of the left join. So first of all, how will this thing work? So friends, let's say into my previous case, if you would clearly closely see, I was having distinct values into my column, but into this particular case you can see values are getting repeated into next row. So you can see 1 is getting repeated, similarly 3 is repeating into the first table, into the second table you can see 2 is repeating. Also one more thing is you can see null values are present. So what will happen when we are joining with null values? Does that even happen? Like, do we join null with something? Can we join null? So we'll see all these different concepts. The first, I'm doing a left join, so the output would be something like 1 1. I'll just first write the output for you guys. So this is my first table, this is my second table. Output which I'm getting when I'm doing a left join here for the tables, the output is something like this. Now I'll let you know how we are getting this out particular output. And first thing is, each of the similar entries which is present here will be joined with each of the similar entries from the array table. For example, what do I mean by similar entries? So you can see here 1, so it will join with 1 here. So do I find a 1 here? Yes, I can find a 1 here. So this one will be joined with this one. So we are getting the first row. This is clear. The first one is clear. To the second part, this one will be joined with 1. So is 1 present in table 2? Yes, it is present. You can find it here. So this one will again be joining with this one. This is also clear because we are getting the matching record. So in left join, all the entries from the leftmost part of the table will be getting, and all the matching entries from the table 1 and table 2 will be getting. So the first two rows are quite clear because we can see we could find this one was matched with this one. Similarly, the next entry was another one which we got. And do we find a 1 here? Yes, we are finding a 1 here. And this one was again matched with this one. So this is clear. Coming to the third entry, which is the 2. So do I find a 2 here? Yes, I find a 2 here, and that 2, it is present 2 times. So you can see 2 is present here and 2 is also present here. So friends, what will happen? What will be the result? So a thing which will happen is each similar entry will be joined with each of the similar entries which we are getting. So if you were thinking like, so here true, it will just be joined one time with a that particular 2 entry, it is wrong. So how it works is this 2, it will join first with this particular 2 because this is similar, a similar value is being found, and again this particular 2 will again join with this 2 which we are getting here. So each similar entry will be joined with each of the similar entries which we are getting separately, and that would distinguish, that would be processed in separate rows. So we'll be getting separate entries for each of the joins which is happening. So each similar entry will be joined with each of the similar entry here into the second table, and
for each of the joins, a new rows will be present into the output, as you can see. So if this 2 is joining with this 2, we are getting this particular row entry, as you could see. This is also clear how we got it. Again, these two, it will find if we are having any more 2's here. Yes, we are having one more 2 is present here. So we are getting this entry. This is also clear. I hope the logic is quite clear. Each similar entry joins with each of the similar entry which is present into the other table. The output is into a form of a new row. Coming to the next. So this is sorted. Next is 3. So do I find a 3 here? Yes, I find a 3, which is present only one time. So this 3 will again join with this 3, and that is what we are getting into the output. This is also clear. Clear means the concept is clear, I hope so. Now comes 4. So do I find a 4 here? No, there is no 4 present, but in left join, all the entries from the leftmost part of the table we get. So friends, here, that is why we'll be getting a 4, and from the table second, do I find a 4? No, there is no 4 present, so that is why this will come up as a null value. Similarly, I hope this is clear. I'll mark it as C. Similarly, coming to 3. So do I find a 3 here? Yeah, I can find a 3 here. So this 3 will again be joined with this 3, and we are getting, you can say this entry is because of that join which is happening. Now, do I find any more 3s apart from this single entry into the table 2, which is I'm getting from 3? No, I cannot find. So that is why join would not happen. Any additional joins will not happen. So that is why we are getting a clear. So the concept is clear. The row entry is clear how we got this. Coming to the most interesting part of this particular join condition, which is the null. So friends, let us assume these are some of the null values which is present here. Now, null, when we're joining null with something, it is unequal. That is pretty much correct. Like, let's say if you are joining null with a number which is 4, it is pretty much relevant that the join will not happen, because join only happens if both the criteria matches. So a is equal to b, so only then the join would happen. So null will not match in case of this particular case. But here you can see I have a null present here. I have again a null which is present here. So ideally, the output for null should be something like null joining with this particular null. So we should have gotten null, and here null we are getting, and similarly null here should be joined with this null, and we are getting an entry here, 2 rows entry. So I would like to tell you this logic for null is wrong. What I mentioned right now is wrong. This is not how the null join works. So in SQL, null is not equal to null. That means that the joins cannot happen in any case. But into this particular case, you can see, okay, why Ashutosh has written 2 additional rows for null. If that was the case, if in SQL null is not equal to null, then this join should not have happened, and we should not have gotten these 2 rows. But Ashutosh has written both of these rows. How is he doing this? So the result which he is getting is wrong. That means no, it is not wrong, because one more condition is there, which is from the left table we get all the entries which is present, irrespective of whether we are finding a match result or we are not finding a match result. So this is the most critical thing into the left join or the joining condition, if you just think of. So that is why I explicitly mentioned null into 2 different types. You can see here I have mentioned null into small capital letter. That means that no matching value was found, and this null value I'm getting from the first table itself. So you can read it something like, the null which I'm getting here did not find a matching result from the second table, and that is why I'm getting a null value. So this null is similar to, because there was no matching record found, that is why I'm getting a null. Likewise, for this particular null also, I'm getting a null value. So friends, I hope this particular important concept is quite clear to you. I would request you, please revisit these concepts. These are most asked SQL interview questions onto the joins. How does different joins internally they work, internally they function? I have made a separate video onto these particular joins, how they will work and what will be their results when we'll be doing a right join, inner join,
full outer join, I would add the link to that video into the I link which is popping out right now onto my screen, or you can go to my playlist and check that video out, so that it will help you to clear out the concepts that you have understood or not. So first of all, I would request you try from your end and then only look out into that particular video, so that it will help you to know that whether the concepts have been cleared or not.